we can have a phone call with Henrik Cavill and just ask, like, what are your warmest memories from Hellraiser 8?
Welcome to Hell, Henrik.
I fucking hate you. Let me start today's episode by stating that obvious fact.
I'm only serving you here, doing all
you are
this
serving
for you.
nothing. You're serving nothing but your own selfish ego.
Since day one, Henrik has been all about Hellraiser. I'm doing this for you as your friend, as your great friend.
Since day one, I have been actually pushing back against us doing any Hellraiser. I remember when we started this crusade, like just to already answer your question, why the hell did we do this? This most definitely is not on me. This is fully you on the making. The first Hellraiser episode that we did on this podcast, you were like, hey, I remember you really like Hellraiser, so we could do the first film, and I was kind of like, yeah, we don't have to, we don't have to, we can do something else, but we did it, and then you were like, well, we did the first one, we can do Hellbound, we could do Hellbound at some point, and I was like, yeah, we don't have to. We can, like, we did already one. I'm not forcing you to do a sequel, but we did it. Then you were like, well, we could do Hell on Earth. We could do Hell on Earth. I was like, yeah, we don't have to. We don't have to. I know it's not your favorite franchise, so let's not. But we did it. And then you started be really weird. I started to go like, we kind of have to. We are obligated to do the rest of the franchise. At that point, I was already begging you that no, anything else, but not that. Here we are today. So thanks a lot.
You're welcome. I spent a lot of money on that first episode where I was in the expensive hotel of Warsaw, and I wanted to record despite the extremely hellboundish recording location. Hellraiser 3, well, that was a filler, I give it to you. But the best idea of all is for today, dear listeners. This is Karri Ojala speaking. My co-host is Henrik Telkki, the ungrateful one.
Well, actually, this is kind of fitting in the end that we do the sequels. This is kind of my own personal puzzle box. I accidentally opened it all those years ago when back in the VIII webpage days I told you that I really like Hellraiser films. And well, today is the day of the judgment, so here we are.
Day of the reckoning. We're a podcast that breaks down international cinema every week. And in movies, we aim to dig a bit deeper into any particular films we're dabbling with. For example, Hellraiser. I'm a media studies graduate myself, studied in Finland. Henrik is a student in the University of Lapland.
Which roughly translates into unemployed.
Well, fortunately, you're a famous podcast host. We have such career to show you.
Well, actually, everybody today has such careers to show you, because Doug Bradley, who doesn't anymore have Pinhead career, but is perhaps the most paycheck of all Hellraiser, and the rest of the entire cast of these films is kind of such careers all around.
Yeah, for example, what was it? $500 to $1,000 for Revelations.
But hey, come on! Judgment had like 50,000 more on its budget.
Yeah, well.
so small mercies.
And look what kind of a success that was.
Well, actually, it relatively was. Relatively, mind you.
We're kind of quick on actually moving on to the films, but to kind of give an overall situation of the explosion that is going to happen here. Henrik, what are we going to talk about today?
Today we are gonna talk about fucking everything except the first 3 films. So in one episode we are gonna roughly cover Hellraisers from part 4, Bloodline, to part 10, Judgment, which up to today is the latest Hellraiser film that has been made. This is gonna be a roller coaster of plot, quality, and emotions. So much emotions.
And on top of it all, just to make this more bearable for our listeners, I think we should include also in some form the first 3 again. To kind of make it more sensible for people who haven't tuned in for the first 3 episodes that we've done. Well, the history of the podcast, of course, goes so that we did 1 film per 1 episode every week. Now we're bi-weekly and we're doing a kind of a bigger overall packages now here, for example, now from 4 to 10. But we can, and I'm sure we will, talk about the overall series also very much in this podcast.
Well, I would say most of the discussion most likely is going to stay on the 7 sequels.
Yeah.
Because the first 3 already were pretty heavily covered in the previous episodes. If you are really interested about Hellraiser, please go and check those 3 previous episodes.
So, what does Hellraiser mean to you personally, and what were your first experiences with it?
To me, Hellraiser was one of my first loves with individual horror franchises, not the first, amongst one of the first. Hellraiser to me is also this testament on film communities, especially on film genres and film genre fandoms. Like, horror films get a lot of shit, extremist amount of shit, and there are kind of a paybacks or certain attitudes that stems from this certain type of stigma that horror movies have, where usually it's seen that they are all stupid, they are all bad, they are all just cheaply made trash to get your money, and there's no artistic qualities in them whatsoever, which also translates into horror movie fans then taking these holy idols, like, for example, Dario Argento, Mario Bava, other kind of established horror directors, and forming alliances behind those names and holding those names like crosses in front of the crusading armies as type of shields. Despite all this bad talk, despite all the shit that we horror fans have to swallow, I would maintain that horror fans are perhaps the most devoted, most faithful fan bases that you can have. And Hellraiser to me is a testament of that, because Hellraiser has been nothing except, if not violation of fan expectations, of good taste, of sense and logic, fans' money, and, well, as today's episode sticks by, we still stick with the franchise. We still kind of subject ourselves time and time again to the abuse of seeing the latest installment in the franchise, hoping that this time it wouldn't hurt as bad as the previous one.
For some reason, horror is the kind of genre that gives you the most reliable return for your investment. And that's why we are seeing this catastrophe here for one reason. And a second reason is, of course, that to which we can digging deeper later in more detail, but is the fact that these companies wanted to keep their license for the franchise and just put out stuff that they were contractually obligated to do in order to hold on to the franchise.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into both the corporate decision and also the nose-diving quality of Hellraiser franchises. It gets pretty complex, in my opinion. It gets pretty rough ride, in my opinion, when you try to kind of chase down exactly what happened. But that's what we are gonna try to do today, as 2 horror fans, as 2 horror movie lovers, as we are. And everybody who thinks that horror movies are trash, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the Dances of the Wolves fan base or Titanic fans, coming to showcase us how horror films are stupid and horror fandom is not the most devoted of film genre fan bases.
I will tell you right now that one of the reasons that I stopped doing the Kauhuenua horror movie festival over 10 years ago now is that I grew tired of trying to find actually good horror movies for that event. It was starting to get painfully challenging, and at the same point I kind of got and grew tired of watching murdering on screen in brutal ways and trying to kind of get into this some of the directors' headspace who create movies like Hostel. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, well, Hostel also, there is more than originally meets the eye. It's not just and plainly only pure torture porn, but at the same time, it's also not any kind of a masterpiece of deepness.
Yeah, dear listeners, just to get back to the questions, what does Hellraiser mean to me personally? I'm pretty sure that I started watching the first Hellraiser and the other Hellraisers thanks to you. I'm not sure anymore because it's been like decades since that. And my first experience was that this is a little bit on the cheap side, perhaps a bit trashy kind of a horror series, but something that I thought that, okay, Henrik likes this kind of stuff where you have religious themes in the film and punishment, but I grew to appreciate that you can watch other kind of films as well.
That's kind of the lowest possible nominator that you can give to your co-host here. I took that you only watch cheap trash, but later I came to appreciate that you can watch something else also.
Take it as a compliment, if you will. Hellraiser, the first one, it set some rules, or if it didn't set rules, it revealed characteristics about its characters, created by Clive Barker in the books Hellbound and Hellraiser. But what happens in the first one, the movie Hellraiser 1987, when it comes to the so-called rules, you open the box out of your own desire to release what it might be holding, because out of human curiosity, the Cenobites then come for you. And the Cenobites do not use physical force to attack their victims, by the way, Hellworld. And rather they use some kind of mind powers to swing the chains on these unsuspecting victims. And this gives certain grace for the Cenobites' characteristics, instead of what happens in Hellworld, where it's shown that Pinhead cuts the fellow's head. Of course, it's not really even happening, but, oh god. The Cenobites do not hurt the innocent, according to Hellraiser and Hellbound. And the Cenobites do not show anger. Hello, hell on earth. But those are what we were established with, and these rules go out of the window right in the part 3, and it's just going to get more weird as we go deeper. For example, as you have noted, the Judeo-Christian themes of this hell, which is something that it was not connected in the first ones. It was not hinted at. It was just some more like a generic hell, and then it's clearly a Judeo-Christian hell. And more than that, after the third one, it becomes about punishment, whereas in the first 1 and 2, it was nothing about punishment. It was just you open the box, they come for you to provide you, let's say, pleasure.
Yeah, what Hellraiser is about and what it's not about, especially when it comes to Christianity, that's a really difficult slope to climb on. When it comes to the Judeo-Christianity within the films and what hell is supposed to be in the first 2 films, that's kind of my reading, but I cannot be entirely certain if my reading of the situation is correct. I always saw that even though the film's name is Hellraiser and the characters always mention how they go to hell, or they are taken to hell, or they went to hell, or they escaped hell, hell never was meant to be hell in the Christian sense. It wasn't meant to be any kind of a Christian place, an opposite to heaven. It was meant to be just another plane for which the characters, because they lacked a better term, they used a shorthand. hell. And the same would apply to the Cenobites, according to my reading, that even though they are being called demon, they are not demonic in Judeo-Christian sense. They are not demonic in the sense that they oppose direct God, or they are stemming from Satan or anything like that. Demon, once again, is shorthand for something that scares and something that you yourself don't have a word for. My reading has never been officially confirmed. Clive Barker himself has gone, in my opinion, more and more off the rails as time has gone by. In the comics, he has started to veer more and more into the reading that hell is Christian hell, as in a place that has Satan, or at least some kind of a equivalent to Satan, and that is in opposition to a place called heaven. And that also unfortunately ties into Hellraiser 3, where Barker himself was executive producer, meaning that most likely he has been accepting the script for the film, or that at least is a possibility.
Well, the thing about Hellraiser 3 is that Clive Barker, he actually started to be more part of the project near the post-production, where he was invited to do some changes, to do some additional shoots. For example, the butchering in the bar where Pinhead officially becomes a serial killer.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how much he really was blessing this movie in other parts, but I've heard that he has indeed been dabbling a little bit in the background for a long time in the franchise.
Yeah, I've heard the same rumors, none of which I've been able to find a real confirmation. Barker really makes a mess about what Hellraiser is supposed to be. Unfortunately, that mess, since we now are talking about the entire franchise, that is something that casts a really long shadow, and that is kind of tied into very early parts of the franchise, because the Christification of Pinhead and of Hellraiser, it starts already in part 3. Like the imagery change, in my opinion, when it comes into Pinhead transforming into quote-unquote demon, into an actual demon, it starts to happen in part 3. Or it does very literally happen in part 3, and then the rest of the franchise just goes on with that and never stops.
Hellbond Hellraiser, it was still in kind of a supervision of Clive Barker, and it feels like a Clive Barker film. And I actually consider that Hellbond Hellraiser 2 is even better than the first one, because it expands so much on the mythos of the Hellraiser. I feel that there's in many ways much more going on there. And I have to raise my hat for the cast and crew for pulling this off, because they were supposed to get twice the budget that they finally had, but they were able to still pull this off with basically the same budgetary effects as they had in the first one. So I think they would have used stop motion in the way that they used it in the finished product as well, even if they had a bigger budget. But I think it gives it a retro quality, and it doesn't suffer for those effects. Actually, it makes them more terrifying.
It does. The films get more and more technical as time goes by. And with that technicality, also the effects, they start to age really badly. There are some that manage to hold up somewhat even today, and then there are some really bad, for example, computer generated effects. I'm especially looking at you, part 6, and the double head thing that happens.
Yeah.
Oh god, that was horrible.
Yeah, right after part 1 and 2, they put into the trash can all the old effects, and they move into CGI as early as in Hellraiser 3, actually. And as far as I know, that's the first horror movie that really uses CGI in this way. Of course, it's extremely rudimentary. We're talking about 1992. Throughout the franchise, there is something about to transform. A character turns into a Cenobite, or Cenobite turns into more human form, something like that. And all of these seem to have been done throughout the franchise with some type of smudge effect, and it's not beautiful.
No.
Hellraiser 3, there are some of those moments that stick to you, like the church scene. But now moving on to Hellraiser 4 Bloodline, the first target of this episode, I would say.
Yeah. Also, the last Hellraiser film to ever get a theatrical release, there may be some really limited. I'm not entirely certain if Judgment got a really limited theatrical release. But at least for the longest time, Hellraiser 4 Bloodline, it will be the last Hellraiser sequel that we can cover here that had a theatrical release. From this point onwards, at least until to Judgment, these films will be direct to video. And oh shit, does it start to show. Also, up until part 10, Hellraiser Judgment, Hellraiser Bloodline will be the last Hellraiser film that was originally meant to be a Hellraiser film. From this point onwards, the thing starts to be that Miramax, or its subsidiary Dimension Films, which is the company that produces Hellraiser films, they just have a bunch of scripts lying around, which they have bought like years ago, and they just quickly tailor them.
Yeah, the company where good franchises go to die.
Yeah, the Weinstein shit show.
This is directed by Kevin Yagher. I suppose I'm supposed to pronounce it that way. Mainly a special effects technician and makeup effects artist. And in this film, he's credited with the industry pseudonym Alan Smithy because he wanted to be removed from the credits after Dimension Films, or in other words, Weinstein Scissorhands, started chopping up the film. He has done effects via his company Kevin Yagher Productions for films such as Face Off, Starship Troopers, and Mission Impossible 2. So all A-list films insofar as it goes with the budgets. But yeah, this is a sad story where in 1996 Kevin Yagher directed this film and was not able to, or didn't pursue any further directing jobs.
No, this is... Hellraiser 4 is Kevin Yagher's debut, and at the same time also the last film he ever directed. Hellraiser 4 is unofficially known as the film that was ruined by studio meddling, and as a film that was supposed to be a way better than it was had Weinstein's not interfered.
How much of material was chopped, and I wonder how much material was left on the chopping board. It's quite substantial, and online you can find different versions made by fans from available clips of Hellraiser Bloodline, how it might have looked roughly if Weinstein had stayed away.
Yup. There are different versions. There's also at least one script floating around. Exactly how close it's to the official shooting script, I don't know. But the estimates on exactly how much was cut, they kind of vary. The most common estimates that I've heard are something between 20 to 30 minutes. So in film terms, quite a fucking lot. Exactly how much of that material was originally shot and then cut off the film, and how much of it includes material that they never even got to shot, that I don't know exactly, because kind of tracing back exactly what it was supposed to be, it becomes a nightmare of a task, because you are dealing with three types of material. That they managed to finish rather properly, but what was being cut off in the last minute, then the material that they managed to shoot, but they didn't manage to do any post-processing, and then the material that they never had the chance to shoot altogether.
When looking at the finished film, I'm not so sure that the finished product without Weinstein's interference would have been any kind of a gem in the franchise, but looking at how haphazardly the ending is done. The ending of the film, the last 5 minutes literally of the film, it just works in so abrupt way that we just get rid of the pinhead and we explode the whole space station. There's some quality about it that feels like there's been some chop happening here, like something else should be here.
Yeah, once again, talking about gems is difficult, but well, what I've seen and what I've read, the uninterfered film would have been way better. The tragedy with Hellraiser 4 is that it might be actually one of the most ambitious films in the franchise in what it tries to do. Like instead of Hellraiser Bloodlines, this should be Hellraiser Bloodlines, because that's something that really definitely was going on within the script and also within the film, even though it's really hard to see. Hellraiser Bloodline, at the same time, it tries to be a film that tries to course correct the franchise. It tries to expand the franchise and its mythos by introducing new elements, new factions. The entire kind of inner power struggle within the Hell itself, and it also tries to close off franchise and kind of close the book with its last third, which would be the space station part, which was supposed to kill off Pinhead, like finally and for good. But to quickly, I guess we have to quickly recap the particular films that we are gonna touch upon today as we land on them. Like really quickly, but to give some kind of a understanding what the hell we are talking about. So Hellraiser 4 Bloodline is supposed to explain away exactly how the legendary box, the Le Marchand configuration, that is or as it's also known, Lament configuration, came to be, which is the box that people open when they summon the Cenobites. And it is meant to follow the original inventor, a French toy maker, Le Marchand, who makes the box originally without knowing exactly what it's going to do, and then tries to kind of redeem what he has actually done, take the box back and destroy it in order to prevent Hell's legions to come to Earth. And that goes stitch up, and as a result, the Le Marchand bloodline gets cursed. In a way that every male of that bloodline, they have this inexplainable connection to Hell and the box. They are haunted by nightmares, they get weird obsessions, they get into very similar careers as their French forefather. The first one is a toy maker, and from then on it's a lineage of architects. So there is this engineering background that none of them can escape. And one by one, the Le Marchand men come in contact with Hell as they try to battle it, as they try to free the bloodline from the curse. And you follow it in the film. You follow it through three timelines. The first one is 1800 French. Then there is the modern day New York, and the final is a space station.
Yeah, this has maybe the most backstory out of all of the sequels. Definitely some effort was put into it. There's backstory to which they frequently return, indeed, Le Marchand, which can be seen in the sequels, which are coming back to the Le Marchand configuration. For example, Hellworld returns to it because it's supposed to take place in the Le Marchand mansion.
Ooh.
Yeah, but so it's kind of taking as a given that it would be kind of some important blocks of the overall background of the box and the Hellraiser story.
Yeah, and not just the Le Marchand, the other major plotline that bloodline has going on for it would be the inner power struggle within Hell, which is something that you are supposed to, or you were supposed to. This is perhaps one of the biggest things that were lost because thanks to Weinstein's, there was supposed to be this whole order of power within Hell where changes happen. Angelique, who is the demon that gets originally summoned on Earth during the French days, was supposed to be some kind of a like high priestess, some kind of a leader within Hell. And during the time that she is trapped on Earth, since she's been summoned by two magicians and can't just leave after that, during that time, apparently Pinhead takes over within Hell, and that's something that really rubs Angelique the wrong way, and she tries to make her own coup. And then there is supposed to be the whole fight between Angelique and Pinhead, which would finally end with Angelique's downfall, where she has to become Pinhead's subservient. You kinda see glimpses of this. This is actually what's supposed to be going on in the modern days, where Angelique, in the finished film, seems to be completely out of hand and doing completely weird stuff, and wants the Le Marchand to open some kind of a gateway and yells no, and there's lights going on and stuff like that. This is all supposed to be like that backstory, as it's supposed to be also the dialogue changes between Angelique and Pinhead. If you know what to look for, you can see this on the final segment, the space station, where Angelique, now when she's sharing screen with Pinhead, is kind of looking at the floor. She has this downgazed look on her, and her outlook has changed. And that's supposed to now tell you that this is after the power struggle, after Angelique has lost. So now she's casting down her gaze when Pinhead is present in order to show subservience.
Indeed, otherwise this change of moods and the havoc in the end for her do not make any sense.
Not in the finished version.
No,
neither actually so much does the space station Le Marchand's actions, nor half of the stuff that he says. Like, and once again, one plotline in the film was supposed to show you the kind of a deterioration of the Le Marchands as they all, generation after generation, suffer in the hands of this curse, leading into the space station Le Marchand, who was supposed to be so convicted and so kind of fed up and so wanting to just to end the curse somehow, that he was supposed to become in the end as bad as Pinhead. In some of the material that was shot but never got into post-production treatment, you kinda can see hints into this plotline.
The modern day part of the film is a little bit hard to watch in the sense of the toy maker who is just there and has done nothing wrong, but for some reason Hellraiser or Pinhead is very adamant that they must get rid of this toy maker for some kind of securing of their future. But I'm sure that the toy maker would not have been making any problems for them, where they just keeping him on the sidelines wouldn't have gotten involved with him in any way.
Yeah, well, you know, Pinhead's motivation in the modern day part, well, that might actually tie into the third plotline of the goddamn film, which is the fight between the sorcerers, and the fight between who exactly has the right to do and summon hell all together. This is supposed to, start back in the old-timey French segment of the film, so stick with me here. The two sorcerers that originally summon Angelique are kind of old-school sorcerers who use spells and incantations, who literally summon the magic, as they say, word it out. And between those two, there is supposed to be kind of a a certain type of power struggle where the young apprentice wants to seize the power from the old mage. And apparently he would kind of get tempted by Angelique, who on the other hand has her own plan going on, which would be start making the Le Marchand configuration boxes, because she wants to kind of change the rules on exactly who can and cannot command hell. Like, or summon hell. With the warlocks, the deal is that a warlock who has indulged in necromancer knowledge and who has learned all these difficult spells and rules and tricks, well, he can summon the hell, and because he summons it, he can control it. And Angelique wants to change it in the way that any jackass who just managed to get his hands on a box can summon the hell, but can't really control the hell. And well, the young apprentice then is supposed to wanna, get lured into this Angelique's plot, because, well, as established, he wants to cap off the old master and take his place as some kind of a hell summoner, hell ruler, whatever. And that's also something that partly could feed into Pinhead's motivations when it comes to the toy makers, because then it would at least partly make sense that Pinhead would really want to end the bloodline, so that firstly, just so that he could reset exactly who gets to create the boxes, or at least make certain that, the original blood knowledge or some type of inner knowledge about the hell's, I don't know, architecture or whatever, that apparently is carried through the Le Marchand blood would end. And there would no more be Le Marchands who could make, kind of with gut instinct, make more boxes or make tools that would close off boxes. And also, at the same time, to prevent Angelique from, making any kind of a hell closing box that she could then use, against Pinhead.
Yet instead of killing the Le Marchand family line by killing the kid and Le Marchand in the present day, they just kill Le Marchand.
Yeah, and the kid somehow just scuffs off into somewhere and continues the bloodline.
Right?
It doesn't make complete sense, even in its final form, but it does make a hell of a lot more sense than the finished product, which actually caps off almost entirely the 3 plot lines.
Bringing Hellraiser to space. Well, in and of itself, dear listener, this might not be a horrible idea, but somehow, every time they do this, some kind of a old, aesthetically, the underworld of the old days, belief systems and things like that, these concepts, the underworld clashing with the computer age, there's always something that just makes it seem uncomfortable. When you start screwing with CGI robots and Pinhead, something's wrong. Yeah, so we have 3 overlapping stories that deliver a rather disjointed experience in my view, mostly perhaps due to pacing. For most of the part, I guess it works. Somewhere in the modern day part, it starts jacking off. Pinhead keeps torturing innocent bystanders once again, such as these 2 bumbling cops, which is one of the low points of the modern day part. Somehow, bumbling cops have become a staple horror victim around the 80s, 90s. But these 2 particular guys, though, they are some kind of like a spiritual brothers of the Halloween 5 bumbling cops, I swear. And they are made into a Cenobite, a 2-headed Cenobite creature. For reasons, these were innocent bystanders.
Yeah. I don't really hate the modern day part. I don't like venomously hate Hellraiser 4 either, even though it is a jumbled together mess where you kind of can see some type of a plot going on, even in the finished film.
Yeah.
There is some kind of an arc that you can see, but it is structured very poorly, and the pacing is off. Kind of the hint at the rules that you were given in the first two films, where it was established that the Cenobites were precisely to be people who have kind of wandered and seen everything that their own personal hell has to offer for them, and now they have become devoted for this limit pleasure that, or limit experience that the hell is supposed to offer, and they have become kind of a monks.
It becomes a bit murky what is the goal of, for example, Pinhead's character. I mean, he has been for the part 1 and 2, kind of the Hell's adjutant, as we have discussed, almost an office worker type of a character who is just there to do his job, to collect these people who have opened the box and summon a hell for them. And now the box is kind of open all the time, and these creatures from the underworld are starting to spread around our reality. And I suppose the end goal is to take over the planet. So his motivations have kind of changed, and I wonder how this plays into Leviathan's goal. Is this Leviathan approved?
I think that at this point everybody forgot the whole Leviathan.
Yeah.
I agree with you that the Pinhead's motivations, they kind of change throughout the franchise from one film to the next. At the end, you no longer even know what the hell Pinhead is supposed to stand for, except some kind of a suburban Christian conservatism. I would say that that's what Pinhead's modus operandi or major goal ends up being in course of this franchise. The haphazard, kind of a nonsensical motivations of Pinhead, this is something that I would kind of give to Hellraiser 3. Hellraiser 3 being infamous for the fact that that's the film that first time properly establishes that Pinhead is a demon in Christian demonic sense. The major plot point of Hell on Earth was that the Pinhead of the first two films was supposed to be a combination of two things. It was supposed to be a combination of a demon and then a human Elliot Spencer's soul, where the human side was supposed to keep the demon in check, which allowed it to operate in this bureaucratic fashion, where it just is like, the box you open it, we came. And we only take the one who opens the box. A type of fashion. And now in Hellraiser 3, the demon was supposed to be free of the Elliot Spencer side, which meant that now it was souls, I like souls, I'm gonna kill everybody. Serial killer type of deal. And the finishing touch, the final plot point of Hellraiser 3 was Elliot Spencer and Pinhead unificating once again.
Yeah.
Which was supposed to restore the balance of order inside Pinhead. And then you, from that Christian reading that we are talking about demons, from there you can actually come to Hellraiser 4, where at the end of the film, Pinhead is like, Earth, a garden of flesh, wants to devour souls, once a goddamn again. And it just keeps going on from there.
Following actually biblical rule books. For example, if you break any of the 10 commandments, it's starting to boil into this. You break any of the 10 commandments, you might be a target of soul food for Pinhead. Which is
Unfortunately, yeah.
This is something that they introduce here later on, and it just comes kind of out of the bushes.
Well, it does and it does not. It depends on, once again, exactly how you watch this film. If you look at the first two films and then jump into a Hellraiser sequel X, it's kind of like, well, how the fuck did this happen? But
Yeah,
if you look at them in numerical order as a franchise, you can actually see how this deterioration happens.
yeah, it's one after the other that they. Talking of Bloodline, technically, still odd to see the poor CGI of also a problem being that this film has been done in '96 when you don't really have anything else than a kind of poor CGI. But this poor CGI, it's used in all the wrong shots, such as the robot who is handling the box. I can't see any proper reason really to not use a puppet for this. And surely, yeah, these fingers need a little bit care to get the motion right, to make the box also CGI. It looks cheap, and for some reason, the film franchise is willing to use a CGI box in many of the opening titles of the film as well. When it comes to themes in this film, I suppose the teaching is don't make toys because someone might put an evil spirit on it, and that spirit will later murder your bloodline type of deal. Pinhead essentially avenges for toy makers. It really doesn't have any. I think it's lacking like a proper core, a context.
It is also, in my opinion, it's lacking themes. You can kind of see that there was an attempt at themes play here. There was an attempt to use metaphor here. Perhaps the most obvious standalone sequence here would be the White Sparrow that gets eaten by the Hell Dog. But once again, when it comes to anything that would say anything, when it comes to anything that you would have to make some kind of a sense, something that you would have to read upon on, that all, I would say, got once again lost in the cutting room floor and in the parts that were never allowed to be shot. Hellraiser 4, in my opinion, it might be the one that lacks most any kind of a statement, that most lacks any kind of a theme. And why that happens, in my opinion, it is because it's a story that was never allowed to be told completely. It's a story where, depending on the estimate, 20 to 30 minutes of material altogether has been lost forever, in the sense that it does not exist unless you are going after and subjugate yourself into watching some kind of a fan edit, which also is an experience that I honestly can't recommend to anyone. Like, if you want Hellraiser for what it was supposed to be experienced, my best advice would be that just read the script. That's the least painful option to go here. But surprise to surprise, if you take a large part of the script, if you take most of the plot points, or the scenes that were supposed to establish the story and establish character motivations, because Hellraiser 4, goddamn if it does not keep still all the shots of violence and gore. Those most definitely are in the film. So basically, what has been cut mostly is just dialogue scenes. So if you take all those away, it's no kind of a surprise that also theme
Yeah.
uh, goes out of the window as well.
This was followed by a straight-to-video film. Now we start with the straight-to-video with Hellraiser 5 Inferno, which is directed by Scott Derrickson. He has directed kind of a high-profile horror films since, very high profile in fact, Sinister and The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Co-writer here is Paul Harris Boardman, who is a many-time collaborator with Scott Derrickson. Boardman also co-wrote Deliver Us from Evil, which I have considered a a pretty decent horror film. It was genuinely horrifying.
What Deliver Us from Evil you are talking about?
That one. That
The
delivered us
Eric
from.
Bana feature. Get the fuck out.
And
Jesus shit.
Jesus wept. Detective Joseph Thorne is played by Craig Sheffer. Anything on him?
A B-movie actor, actually quite capable. Shows his chops are also in Inferno Hellraiser 5, where he most definitely actually, gives you a performance. Perhaps
Sure does.
the biggest performance, the best performance of the film. I wouldn't count Inferno's failings on Zephyr. However, never really truly broke the big leagues, never became any kind of a, Hollywood celebrity. He is forever stuck within the cheaper more B-movie hell, as also is the staple for the rest of the more bigger names that this franchise every now and then comes up with. Perhaps the biggest name ever to come from Hellraiser franchise. Well, that we find in Hellraiser 8 once we land on that one.
And co-worker Detective Tony Nanonen played by Nicolas Turturro. Dr. Paul Gregory also played by James Remar. Parts 5, 6, 7, 8 were this kind of a ash copy films where they take a script that has been submitted to a studio reads it, and then it has been modified to include the Hellraiser franchise somehow ham-fistedly into the screenplay. These films that do this, 5, 6, 7, 8 particularly, these were not meant to be anything else than Hellraiser. Of course, the original screenplay was supposed to be something else, but the reason that these films were made all together or even thought of was just to keep the Hellraiser license with the studio. In this film, it seems that Hell is experiencing some technical difficulties, because the Cenobites do not appear when the box is opened. This is the image given to us first. Rather, it's just like in Hellraiser 3, there's a portal that is simply left open somehow, and the cop's suffering before his judgment is extended, and it's a kind of an introductory tour to his own hell. Of course, then you could also read this as such that the cop was already killed at the hotel. What we see after the fact is his hell already running on its loop.
Or you can read it like I did, that the whatever was the original murder victim, which is the crime scene where the film starts, the box has been once opened there. It has also closed it itself after that. Cop takes box, cop open box, and the rest of the film is kind of a following through with the cop through the first tour in hell, which then resets at the end. He gets into hell after a motel room, bathroom, fickle with box scene.
This film starts a bit of a trend of choppy Hellraiser movies, where it's a vision after vision after vision, where you can't quite distinguish real from unreal anymore, insofar as there is anything real in this film, in our sense. And the Cenobites are suddenly kind of interested in the earthly sins of people here, now starting in full force, and punish them accordingly, while also potentially killing innocent people in this process. So, Ten Commandments, in particular, is what the Cenobites like to use as a reference point, especially later in Judgment.
They are. So to quickly recap, Hellraiser 5, Inferno. In Inferno, we follow a crooked cop who cheats on his wife, uses prostitutes, does cocaine, steals from crime scene. Basically, all the crooked cop cliches are full swing on here. Crooked cop at the beginning of the film arrives at crime scene. There's an Asian man, rich one, who has mysteriously died. on that crime scene also, this is something that really murkies the waters. At what point Cop actually in hell? But he finds two things. These are major things in Inferno. He finds the box and he finds a little kid's finger.
Yeah, essentially, this corrupt detective discovers the Lamartian's box and ends up in a crime scene that connects to him, and he descends into his own hell.
Yeah, he starts to look for the mysterious the engineer, who appears to be some kind of a big muscle underground crime operator or something like that. The engineer is something that the entire underworld, the criminal underworld, not the hell underworld, just so that we are clear, appears to be afraid of. They talk about him in whispers, like, you don't cross the engineer or the engineer will get you. Or if you hunt for the engineer will hunt you. Type of deal. And apparently the engineer also is holding a kidnapped little kid who is losing fingers one by one, but still apparently is alive. And well, the crooked cop gets obsessed about finding the little kid before the last finger is chopped off, which would translate into that kid then dying. And to do so, he has to figure out the identity of the mysterious engineer and somehow find him. And as the story progresses, well, spoilers, it turns out that the cop has at some point, hard to say exactly when, but at some point, opened the box and summoned hell upon him. Most, if not the entire film, is that cop being in hell, slowly going through one torment after another, slowly figuring out that yes, indeed, he is in hell. The final revelation, the final plot twist is when our crooked hero finally puts one and one together, gets to hear that welcome to hell, this is where all your sins, all that whore using, all that cocaine using, all that evidence stealing, wife abusing led you. There's a quick cut to black, after which the cop once again wakes up on motel bathroom floor, temporarily thinks that, well, everything is a-okay, until it comes evident that the loop just keeps resetting and he cannot escape his fate.
Kind of interesting when you start to think about it, that they have this kind of a Ten Commandments theme here all over again, that it's made to look very strongly as if Pinhead would be punishing the cop for his mistakes in life. But really, they could have just gone it with the theme that now the cop has accidentally opened the box and therefore he is going to suffer and see all of these moments of infidelity and just being a lousy cop, corrupt cop, seeing all of these faults in himself on a loop. That would have been enough. That would have gone with the logic of the 1 and 2.
It would have also been a better story. Then again, as already established, the thing that really hurts Inferno here is the fact that it was never meant and originally visioned to be a Hellraiser film. I don't know what the fuck Inferno was supposed to be originally.
Yeah, it becomes quite evident. But then again, I kind of like this combination of what they did to the script. What I do really appreciate is that Thorn's child, or the child version, this can be interpreted as a manifestation of his own innocence. His diminishing fingers as a manifestation for his diminishing innocence. Then there's the engineer, which could symbolize Thorn's own cruelty. Although this is not very concordant with the fingers, because Thor never was as cruel as what the Cenobites make him experience. And in no way does this infidelity in the film equal brutally murdering your target of lust or your institutionalist parents or just murdering your wife and children or your coworker. Not exactly on the same level.
No, the punishment kind of like if you look at individual wrongdoings or failings of Thor, they are kind of over the top. Like for example, it is being established that Thorn doesn't really spend time at home. Sleeps with prostitutes instead of his wife and doesn't hang around with his daughter. Also doesn't visit his parents, who he has forgotten into old care facility. And then the punishment for these crimes is that wife and daughter get killed. Then his dad disappear and his mom disappear, and eventually he himself has to gun down his own parents, which is kind of I get it. I get it. You know, forgetting your elderly parents is a shitty thing to do, but goddamn, that's a bit much. That's a bit much of punishment.
The film is a bit too choppy as well to be very coherent or satisfying, because it takes ages to provide some answers and some plot lines are followed and simply abandoned. For example, this debacle with I forget the guy's name, at the bar, that he leaves the bar to chase the engineer, or what he thinks is the engineer. Then he gets beaten down by two random guys.
Yeah, the Asian kung fu cowboys, which
Yeah.
come out of nowhere.
This is one of the more memorable moments of the film. The film is a bit visually up and down. There are some more memorable locations, like the cop with the telescope overlooking his colleague being butchered. I like the camera angles outside the bar when this henchman stuff with the Asian-looking guys is happening. But there's a lot of things that they could have done more here. They could have pushed it a little more into different directions. There's so much you can work with. Like what they could have pushed more would have been to make the cop pay for his infidelity by having a direct confrontation with the wife and letting the wife then see everything that his husband has been up to. Maybe there's some recording somewhere because, I don't know, Pinhead had a VCR running. But
Yeah, well, you know, magic recordings does show up in this film, so why not?
Right. There were many directions that you could have played with this. It could have been even more of a drama effort than it is right now. And he never needs to confront the wife or kid or the parents. It's just like they just get killed off, or they say that they are displeased by the way that he is acting. The big punishment, I think, would have been in hell he would have needed to in loop repeat the same things, that I did this and I did that, and not getting any pardon for it. But you know, it's Hellraiser, so it's gonna be a little bit more brutal.
Yeah, I kind of get that same vibe that a lot of the on-screen brutalities is kind of those things that they forced into the script when they turned it into a Hellraiser script, because there are a bunch of stuff that really kind of screams at you that this was just, you know, put into here with no rhyme or reason when the script was doctored to be Hellraiser 5. Like, for example, all the Cenobites, who in the end do jack shit and show up in the film for something like 2 minutes in total. But, you know, you had to put them there because Hellraiser. Also, the whole box thing where you don't know when the goddamn thing is supposed to open first time. As you pointed it out, it's kind of it's hard to say when Thor originally ends up in hell, and what loop within hell we are actually following as the film starts. in its heart, Hellraiser 5 is a mystery film. But Hellraiser 5 is kind of the start for the mystery scripts where the main character tries to solve some kind of a mystery. Here it's the missing kid, in 6 it's a missing wife, in 7 it's find out what this cult is all about and how is video. In 8 it's well altogether what the hell is going on. In 9 it's what happened, etc. And when it comes to the mystery, it becomes hard to say exactly how big of a deal of this mystery was supposed to be supernatural in the first place, and how much of it was supposed to be grounded in reality, and how much of the mystery originally was supposed to keep in tone with what ends up being the tone of the film once all that Hellraiser shit is being added to it. Because you kind of get, at first you get a rather grounded mystery. You have the criminal underworld and you have some kind of a big boss called the Engineer, and the cop has to figure out who the hell is Engineer. That's not really supernatural, that's actually the plot of many, grounded crime films. And then, as the film progresses, you get more and more this weird shit, which is, once again, it is keeping in tone with the more supernatural it was hell along story. And on top of that, you have, well, quite obviously telegraphed Hellraiser weirdness going on, which obviously is there simply because, you have to have something that says Hellraiser in your Hellraiser film.
Yeah, but then again, I was positively surprised by this film because, again, it's a completely different entry in the franchise. They are going with something different, even though this is the first film in the franchise to use an unrelated spec script, which was subsequently rewritten as a Hellraiser film by Tim Day, who has done a couple of these Hellraiser films in that fashion. And who knows, maybe the original Paul Harris Boardman actually tackles the cop scenarios in a way where he has to explain himself to the people that he has wronged.
Who knows? I never have been able to find a proper pre-treatment script for Inferno. I don't even know what the film was called before or the Hellraiser Doctrine. So it is impossible to say exactly what the story was supposed to be originally. But you can kind of see the building blocks for, well, essentially two different type of mystery stories. The first one that would be rather in real world, hunt down a criminal underboss story, and the second one which would be the Angel Heart-esque welcome to hell. This is all punishment for your past misdeeds, a type of deal.
Yeah, this film gets to the point fairly quickly, and then it becomes a series of nonsensical nightmare sequences. But the kind of allure of it keeps you motivated to keep watching it for surprisingly long time, but it gets long in the tooth. It's only about where is it like an hour mark, which kind of seems to be the theme for many of these sequels from now on, that after an hour only it will start to make sense, especially the next one that we're going to talk about.
So, with the next one mentioned, well, would it be the next one? Hellraiser 6, Hellseeker.
Yeah, the first one directed by Rick Bota in the franchise. We get to this trilogy of Rick Bota films in the franchise. This is written by Carl V. Duprey and Tim Day, who has been once again adjusting it for the Hellraiser environment. Kirsty Cotton-Gooden is played by Ashley Lawrence, who makes a comeback after the first two films. Trevor Gooden, played by Dean Winters.
Once again, kind of an unknown but a familiar face. Has done quite a lot of TV, has done B-movies. perhaps most well-known, most recognized for his part in Oz, the prison drama that was one of the early big names from HBO.
And Detective Givens, played by Michael Rogers. Rick Bota trilogy of Hellraisers consists of number 6 Hellseeker, part 7 Deader, and part 8 Hellworld. And prior to the Hellraisers, Bota had only directed one episode for the TV series LA Doctors. And in fact, Bota is more known as a cinematographer, and he's been working as a DP since at least the late 80s. Bota's directing jobs have remained as TV series and TV movies. Some thrillers in the resume and family movies. This part 6 of the franchise is an absolute low point for me in the franchise, if not the most lackluster entry in the franchise. Very close to it.
I don't know. I see a lot of positive material in Hellseeker.
You're trolling, right?
Namely, all that stuff that they directly copied from Inferno, because Inferno still was okay film.
That was an okay film. This less so.
This less so. So essentially, Hellraiser 6's Hellseeker's biggest problem is the fact that, well, it should be named Hellraiser 6 Rehash, because in the end, Hellraiser 6 is almost a carbon copy of Inferno. To quickly recap the little story that there is, Hellraiser 6 starts with a car accident. Man and woman, man and wife in car. Man survives, wife goes mysteriously missing. The man tries to, piece his life together, go back to work, etc., while the cops are looking for the missing wife. All kinds of Hellraiser and not Hellraiser craziness and weirdness happens. Because, well, plot and something has to. We need to hit that 90-minute mark somehow. And at the end of the film, it turns out that man with co-worker were planning to murder wife. Because of reasons, we get into this later on. Wife had contacted Pinhead, apparently accidentally. We get to this later. And made a deal that, she gives Pinhead 5 souls. And, well, the final plot twist is that wife has killed man in car, man in hell for entire film. Roll end credits.
Yeah, after all, it's revealed that Trevor was involved in a plot to murder his wife, or that was supposed to be the film's overarching narrative until they kind of changed it, disposed of it, in favor of Kirsty being the killer instead. And even if Trevor was supposed to kill her, almost all of this choppy narrative in the film, including that creepy coworker who threats with the gun at the end of the film, these are events that cannot have ever happened. And the cop is also suspecting Trevor for something he never did because he's dead. Let's say it's just his personal hell deserved for his infidelity once again. But Kirsty, he's able to make deals in this movie, like you said, 5 souls instead of 1. The deals were never on the table in the fucking franchise.
Well, they kinda were.
No, I guess you're supposed to have
I'm alluding to the first film. Will lead us to Escapee.
Yeah, kind of. But in the first Hellraiser, the Cenobites use Kirsty to locate Uncle Frank, the one who escaped them. She's supposed to perish after providing her services to Pinhead.
No promises ever made that they wouldn't touch Kirsty after they get Frank.
Repeated in every single part of this film, or every time it happens in the other sequels. Here, nope. in the first one, she opened a box. Now in Hellseeker, just like in Inferno, the Cenobites, they care about the biblical sins of people and they punish people accordingly. And if so, Kirsty has now certainly broken the "thou shalt not kill," Yet,
Well,
yeah.
they care and they do not. In Hellraiser, in Hellseeker, this gets murky. Because Pinhead seems to operate on two motives. The first one is the Christian conservatism, where Trevor is being punished accordingly for his infidelity and his plan to murder Kirsty, his wife. But at the same time, at the heart of Kirsty's deal is once again the old souls, I want souls motive. Because apparently first Kirsty, who is the same character from the previous two films, knows what happens if you open the box. Opens the box because Trevor says that, go ahead and open it, and then acts really surprised when she's once again facing off with Pinhead. And Pinhead is like, haha, finally we got you. And then Kirsty is like, well, what if I give you 5 souls? And Pinhead is like, 5 is more than 1. Math. Yes.
Like if you look at the first if you look at the first two films, basically in the first one, Pinhead makes it clear that he's not quite interested in making a deal, but he is willing to still listen to Kirsty, and every time they meet more in different situations, he's less willing to listen to her. And now, like, now it's time to take you to hell, or like it was in the Hellbond, like, well, okay, go on your little trip around hell. We have all the time in the world to taste your flesh, or whatever the line
you
was.
are in hell, so where the fuck are you supposed to go?
Yeah.
Like, we are going to get you.
And now, in this Hellseeker part, I mean, the big motivation for Pinhead would probably be a little bit of personal vengeance, and if he's going to stay fully in character, just anyway, it would be a moment where it would be a great moment to get Kirsty to the place that she is supposed to belong to according to Pinhead. But instead, he is very willing to listen to Kirsty. There's this something like line like, deal, go on.
Yeah.
Really into it.
Yeah, Kirsty most definitely has read Donald Trump's The Art of Deal, because now she's making deals all over the place.
Yeah, Pinhead encourages her to go on, and when he hears there's a deal to be made, and Inferno and Hellseeker, they start to tie the hell of Le Marchand configuration more and more with Christianity, Judeo-Christianity, and not only hell.
Yeah, they are. Like, there is kind of an arc when it comes to Pinhead's Christian side. It starts with Hellraiser 3, where Pinhead is more the serpent, the tempter, who coaxes the J.P. Monroe, the human villain of that film, aiding him by, well, essentially, reminiscing how JP originally killed his parents, and then going from there into, well, I can give you power, and doesn't killing people kind of feel really nice type of deal. So there is already this element of your past sins, and now Pinhead kind of adds into it this tempter side, the biblical serpent. Well, in Bloodline, he was something, nobody knows what, and then Inferno onwards, he is the kind of a Christian avenger who firstly punishes people for, well, breaking the 10 commandments, or some type of clear Christian sin. In 5, it was infidelity and theft. In Hellseeker, it's attempted murder. And in 7, well, 7 gets weird. And in 8, it's once again, it's murder. In 9, it's murder. And, well, once again, 10 gets kinda into its own department. There's this kind of escalation with Pinhead as a Christian Avenger, but there another great escalation. This is kind of something that escalates even further, is Pinhead as a moralist. Because he already did this with the whole infidelity stuff in Inferno, but now in Hellseeker, Pinhead is downright punishing sexually active women to a point where you can actually say that Pinhead is slut-shaming people.
Kinda. There are some flashbacks where we see Trevor giving the box to Kirsty. We are not given really backstory to it. The box just appears, and then it's just given as some kind of, is it an anniversary gift? It's a gift to Kirsty, who seems to be quite agitated about this one. And if he would know any backstory of Kirsty, which he probably even doesn't,
It's hinted that he does.
Is it?
Well, there is a throwaway line from Kirsty, something, I trusted you, and I if I remember correctly, Trevor says something that you should know this.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense if he was indeed...
It's really, like I said, it's really offhanded.
Yeah.
Like one line which is never studied further. Much in the same way as is Trevor acquiring the box in the first place.
And what would be the goal of playing with this box? Yeah, it's understandable if Trevor would know the backstory of Kirsty regarding the whole box to some extent. But then, if he's going to kill the wife anyway, what is the motive for giving her the box? Just to fuck around?
Yeah, that's something which is really weird. I can kind of see what they perhaps were trying to do with this, something that they could have done with this, or they may have attempted to introduce some kind of a idea that Trevor knows Kirsty's background with the box, and knows that the box is somehow supposed to be traumatic to Kirsty. The plan is to kill off Kirsty and somehow make it appear like suicide. So maybe Trevor was figuring out that by giving Kirsty something that would remind her of her trauma, he could later on, after killing Kirsty, make the case for the police. That some kind of a past trauma triggered, which would have led Kirsty into depression and later on into suicide. All of this, which is basically me theorizing here right now, because nothing of this is being established. When it comes to the whole box scenario, what we get is that Trevor is in cahoots with his co-worker. They both want to cap off Kirsty, and because Kirsty has some kind of an inheritance. The money is supposed to go 50-50, and because reasons never established, but for some godless reason, the co-worker gives Trevor a tip that there's a Chinese sweatshop somewhere on the outskirts of the town where you can find a solution to your problems, any problem.
Mm-hmm.
And Trevor goes into the sweatshop looking for a solution, and some dude just, sells him a box, which Trevor doesn't know what it does, but he still pays for it for some godless reason, and then gives it to Kirsty, who opens it and is really surprised to notice that the box that has already twice before led her to meet Pinhead, led her to meet Pinhead.
And the co-worker is particularly infuriating because he's been shown in the film for, I don't know, almost an hour, and we don't know really his proper relation to Trevor until he's starting to point the gun at him. And which is actually a moment, once again, which should have probably never happened, unless it was maybe just before the car ride where supposedly Trevor was supposed to kill her.
Yeah. My reading, once again, is that from the beginning of the film, or ever since the car accident happens, which happens like 2 minutes into the movie, from that point onwards, Trevor is in his own personal hell, and basically everything he faces with is just hell visions that don't have a tie into what really happened in real world.
Yeah. I mean, for the first hour, it's a bunch of chip-chop nonsense, really, but even that, where this nonsense is aiming at, is kind of invalid. It doesn't have any value by the end, because we throw it into the trash with Kirsty at the end.
Yeah, pretty much. The biggest problem, perhaps narrative-wise, with Hellseeker, outside of the fact that, well, essentially the whole main plot is Inferno once again, is the fact that the characters really don't have anything to do here. They are mostly just hanging around. Nobody actually commits anything to the plot. There are 3 female characters, none of which, if I remember correctly, ever gets a name. So I guess, they are supposed to be by their defining characteristics, which would be paws, ass, and needles. And, well, they don't really do anything. Paws and ass are simply overly sexual, and needles does some acupuncture and is like, and tries to give some kind of a mysterious foreshadowing, like, there's a secret in your soul, we must unlock soul, we must unlock mind, so secret come out.
Blah, blah, blah.
Type of deal. There's the co-worker who just hangs around at the workplace until the final revelation, which happens outside of the sweatshop. There's the detective whose main job is just to be, well, essentially Columbo, in the sense that he just appears every now and then and asks Trevor questions, even though he knows already all the answers, and wastes your time. Then there is there's the fourth female character, which is the doctor lady at the hospital, which is just a figure of Trevor's imagination. Well, she is just super concerned for Trevor's headaches. Well, that essentially is the main cast.
But it's so unintelligible when you have this Trevor main lead character who now starts to play these things in his own personal hell, I guess, and he genuinely doesn't seem to know what the fuck is going on, or who these people are, or what their relations are to him, especially these ladies. The lead actor also, he cannot provide any thrust or logic into his acting. Like, if he genuinely doesn't remember that he had a kind of a grand plot to kill his wife, then probably he should be a little bit at least shocked that, well, she might be actually dead. But you don't get any emotion out of this guy.
No, and I don't know which one is to blame here, Dean Winters or the direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest problem here is that there is a sensible, like really strongly sensible, feeling of aimlessness through and throughout the film, up until the final plot twist. What the film is trying to do, well, basically the only thing that the film does, it builds on mood. Like, it wants to give you this kind of a surreal, mysterious feeling when you are watching it, that something's off, even though nothing super abrasive, super obvious happened. But it uses hell of a lot of close-ups, and Dean Winters is kind of looking he's just looking lost throughout the film. He's trying to portray this idea that you had, for example, in 90s point-and-click full-motion video horror adventure games, where, like Phantasmagoria and Sunshots, where the player is entire time you're supposed to play point and click mystery game. So the mystery atmosphere has to be there. There's also a supernatural element because horror game, but the supernatural element is not yet to be explained and revealed to the audience or the player. So there's a hell of a lot I'm feeling mystery because I'm playing mystery game, even though I don't really yet know what the mystery is. And the film is trying to do that same goddamn thing.
Precisely, and it doesn't build the character of Trevor enough. It doesn't have enough flesh around its bones, kind of a fitting for Hellraiser description. Flesh around its bones to kind of understand the character's motivations, where he's heading, what his life is kind of looking like. We just get a series of clips where something random is happening and try to figure this shit out.
Yeah, and I would attest that stems from two problems. The first one is that as a mystery horror film, this one has to have a plot twist revelation, which it does. It's really weak.
Yeah.
And there's not enough like solution in your mystery plot twist for you to actually build it up anyway. Like if you would start to give clues, you would kind of spoil the mystery, the final plot twist immediately because it's so goddamn thin.
And then it bumbles on for 1 hour.
It basically bumbles on for 1 hour. And that's what you essentially get and see here in Hellseeker, because once again, keeping in tone with the 90s point and click horror mystery video games, the film does the kind of same thing where it shows you a bunch of stuff which on its own isn't nothing really weird, but the camera work constantly tries to frame it as something like insidious, something terrifying happening. The biggest here, in my opinion, is the female characters and the sexualization of the female characters. As mentioned, the film has four female characters, not in counting Kirsty. From these four, 3 of them exist here essentially only, to really crave for Trevor's man meat. The defining combined feature is the sexuality.
Yeah, isn't it this film where the kind of a casual sexism goes overboard? Maybe it was also in Inferno, but I kind of recognize it as a Rick Bota feature.
This is most definitely the one where it goes overboard. This is the first Rick Bota where it goes overboard. He does this thing a second time, also during his trilogy, but this is the most impressive and perhaps most insulting one when it comes to the sexualization, because
yeah, you have a nice ass.
yeah, that or the boss lady who has a weird fetish to perform in front of camera, including the workplace cafeteria security camera, and who essentially is all her scenes are just, being angry at Trevor because she really wants to suck Trevor's cock, and Trevor doesn't remember that he was supposed to have an extramarital affair with his boss. So that's the main problem. And then there is and then there's Needles, who starts off with just rambling about how acupuncture can help unlock the spiritual locks within Trevor's soul. But as it finally turns out, her motivation also is just, get the tits out and get on some grind on Trevor's cock. And all of these sexual encounters that these ladies perform or show you in course of the film, they are all, because this is Trevor's personal hell space that we are now following, they are all framed as being insidious. Like there's danger. You see the boss lady be very sexually active with Trevor, the cinematography is constantly telling you that this is a red flag. Something is weird.
Yeah.
This shouldn't be happening. You should sense dread at this moment. Then the ass shows her ass, and cinematography is once again telling you. Firstly, it's zooming in to the titular ass, and then it's also telling you that this is really weird. Red flags all around. And then there is Needles, who also gets her clothes off, and once again cinematography is telling you that danger, danger, something insidious, red flags all around.
Yeah.
And wait keeps on doing this constantly. Like when it fetishizes the ladies, that it itself writes to be overly sexually active, and then at the same time tells you that red flag, get the hell out of the dodge. It perhaps accidentally, but to me it still ends up telling you that these sexually active women are bad and evil and dangerous, meaning later on that sexually active women altogether are dangerous. And that's kind of problematic. That's also really surprisingly conservative, coming from a Hellraiser film which originally started off as a mixture of sexualized pleasure infused with horror movie aesthetics.
And if we are to take that the Hellraiser remake is still coming out at some point, and if it's really going to continue with the Judeo-Christian type of storylines, and as rumored, if it's going to go deeper into the kind of a gay mythos of the original Clive Barker stories, I'm really curious how that's gonna be pulled off. So apparently then in the film, probably if, let's say, Uncle Frank or something similar is gonna have some gay sex, he's then he's kind of the target of Pinhead, thanks to this, because that doesn't follow the Ten Commandments or what the Bible says.
in the worst case scenario, unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, of course they're not gonna do that, but it's something that kind of popped up.
They still might actually accidentally end up doing precisely that. Because when it comes to really understanding what your film is saying, as we are uncovering here, Hellraiser sequels at least have been really bad at it.
Yeah, kind of. I will throw most of the blame to Rick Bota's direction, unfortunately.
Rick Bota most definitely is at blame.
At least Rick Bota is kind of self-conscious about it when it comes to, was it Hellworld, where the line is basically like, oh, that's a completely unnecessary tit shot for the sake of the tits, or what was it?
Yeah, and at least off the screen, if interview material is to be believed in, Rick Bota later on has tipped his hat to Hellraiser 10 and said that, well, this is way better film than I ever did.
Yeah, no kidding. So for me, this is the choppiest of the Hellraiser films, kind of easy to say. And it's a vision after vision after vision. You will still struggle by the end to find the point in why some of the characters and events exist in the film. For example, why there are so many lady friends. Yeah, we get that there's infidelity, but you could maybe tell that with one lady, two ladies, but three or four, like this doctor lady who isn't a doctor and is actually a detective, or what the hell is going on there, type of thing. And but in the cafe room at the workplace, there's this line. Probably you noticed it already many times. See anything you like?
Yeah.
A phrase used by the sexual offender workplace chief at the vending machine. There's no way this could be anything else than a Halloween 1978 reference, right? This line is uttered by Linda in the bed when she sees the ghost of Bob, so to say.
I'm kind of, I believe you are giving too much credit here.
I know, it's just the way that the boss lady says it, and it doesn't really serve anything here.
I'm putting that simply on accident and nothing else. I don't have the faith in the production enough to say that they would have had that level of insight.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but Trevor remains totally aloof, kind of far to the audience. It takes ages before he begins to react logically to the insanity that is surrounding him and begins to ask the real questions. And I really don't have a lot of patience for movies where the lead actor is not kind of awake enough to start acting. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
Until he actually does it and asks it from the detective. And you could, at that point, as an audience, ask the same exact question. What the fuck is going on? I guess it's time to go to Hellraiser 7 Deader.
which is also a film where you spend the entire movie asking what the hell is going on, and the
Oh,
film
yeah.
doesn't know it either.
Directed by Rick Bota, of course, and Scott Derrickson was invited back, but he declined the honor of directing this one. And written by Neil Marshall Stevens and Tim Day. And this is adapted into a Hellraiser by him once again. Neil Marshall Stevens submitted the script to Dimension Films during the production of his script for 13 Ghosts. Have you seen that one?
I have it. It's not as bad as Hellraiser 7, but it's also not any kind of a masterpiece cinema.
And
It is better than the original 13 Ghosts. I give it that much. But original 13 Ghosts, if you are not looking at it through extremely heavy nostalgia goggles, isn't really that good of a film.
And Tim Day wanted to make this film a continuation to Hellseeker to provide a resolution story to Kirsty and Pinhead's storyline. But Bob Weinstein instead ordered him to rewrite the Deader script into a Hellraiser script and wanted the tone of Japanese Ringu and Pulse horror films included. Really not getting it here, but that's apparently what they were aiming for. Amy Klein, played by Karri Ojala, however you pronounce that, known also for Sharknado 2, the second one, and the Prophecy franchise.
Also, God damn it, don't you forget it, for Saw.
Was he? Was she? Ah, okay.
Yeah, she plays a detective lady for something like 2 or 3 movies.
Ooh, I have to admit that I haven't watched the later parts of this franchise. I lost interest after 4.
So also gets pretty messy
Yeah.
as it goes on.
Maybe we should cover it. And Winter LeMarchand, played by Paul Rice, or however you pronounce that one, stage actor as well, played the Saint in a BBC radio series in '95, and appeared in Robert Altman's Vincent and Theo from 1990. Charles appears here, played by Simon Kuntz, most importantly played a Severnaya duty officer in GoldenEye, and has since appeared in another Martin Campbell film called The Foreigner, which is pretty okay. Many other minor roles, such as in Captain America: The First Avenger, is also a stage actor. So, what do we have here? What's the plot outline of Hellraiser Deader?
That's actually surprisingly hard to explain because
Oh, yeah.
having seen the film twice, even I don't exactly know what the hell is plotline of Deader. Essentially, the film kicks off. We have a reporter lady this time named Amy. Amy is some kind of a hotshot reporter lady who makes these really real underground exposés about, well, what happens in junkie culture and all that jazz to some kind of a, I don't know, half underground newspaper in London, or at least in England. And well, the chief editor in chief is being sent a video from Romania, which shows some kind of a suicide resurrection called the Deader, where people kill themselves and then are being brought back to life by the cult's leader Winter, and Amy is sent to investigate what Deader cult really is. And what ensues is,
Hilarity.
well, there's Pinhead who both wants to kill Amy, but is really concerned that Amy is in danger. There's Winter who wants Amy to kill herself, but is really concerned that Amy is in danger. There is some shit about, Deaders stealing Pinhead's power and they needing to close the box. There's something about the box doing something on its own. And at the end, Pinhead yells no, and there's a huge light, some kind of an EMP pulse, and Amy has disappeared. It's it's a film. It's 90 minutes of runtime. That's for certain.
Yeah, Deader and Hellworld are the most gruesome examples of combining original script with Hellraiser elements and not exactly fitting in. This just might be the worst of Hellraiser films. Who knows? As somehow, by not using the box, some freak group going by the name of Deader, they have been able to partly enter the domain of Pinhead. Which also leads into this awkward moment where Pinhead mentions the group by the name. There is a group called Deader and they have partly entered my domain or something.
Yeah, and the leader of the group, Winter, is supposed to be some kind of a Lamarchand.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I completely missed that when watching it.
There's some kind of a... Once again, Pinhead has a throwaway line about Toymaker. That happens at the very end of the film. It doesn't mean anything, but it's there to add confusion into this mess.
Okay.
On my end, I kind of feel that Deader had the potential to actually be more interesting film. It most definitely is not. Part of that is the fact that, well, all the tag-along Hellraiser nonsense just doesn't serve in any way the original script. Part of it is, well, to be absolutely honest, the direction given here. And the last part of why Deader doesn't work, I would say, is that, well, the original script also most likely was extremely problematic. Because there's a huge deal of problems in Deader. There's some really insidious shit going on in Deader.
Okay. So yeah, the reporter has to die in the process of the story investigating this because she killed her father as a child, adding to the confusion. And why did she do it?
Well, because Dad was violent, also heavily implied, sexually abusive to the daughter.
Okay.
So we have the angry, bit fat, wife-beating, child molesting daddy-o.
A very cliche daddy-o.
Downright to his dirty white wife beater.
And so she just did the killing and she has to die for it.
Well, I'm guessing that the reason why she dies is because she starts to investigate Deaders. Or like Pinhead doesn't really.
Isn't that kind of doing a favor for Pinhead, for God's sakes?
Well, yeah, that she is, but then again, it's not necessarily Pinhead who kills her, because during the final moments when this nonsense really gets off the rails, it's, I guess, kind of implied that it was the Deaders who did her in, because they needed her to open the box so that they can close the box and somehow close off Pinhead. Or something. And then she just disappears at the end of the film, so you don't really know, is she still some kind of a zombie, or did she like die for the second time and this time for good?
Is she maybe even used as some kind of a Hell's adjutant, like in the next sequels, where, well, there could be like a living person who is able to do the kind of dirty work, because this living person can apparently move between the hell world and the real world.
Well, it is being implied that she becomes for Pinhead because Pinhead needs her in order to get to Winter. because Pinhead somehow can't get his hands on Deaders otherwise.
And we have one of these main locations, the Train of Sin, let's say. It's something quite silly. So the reporter lady is able to accidentally later slaughter everyone on the train once she has reached the Deader state.
I guess that they just died on their own.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to be that kind of that hallucination thing that you saw with food in Hellraiser 4, where the prostitute who becomes Angelique is eating all that food, and it looks first really yummy, and then the chandelier lowers down a bit, and it's revealed that all the food is just growing with maggots. I got the impression that this was supposed to be the same type of deal.
I got the impression that this would be the Inferno Hellseeker thing, where the lead actor, actress, or the character doesn't understand that she's doing something bad, and she's made to look bad just because she is in hell, or something like this.
Well, it could be also that. I never got the impression that she went to hell,
Well,
except during that apartment nightmare where she wakes up and she has that knife sticking from her back.
Yeah, she went to Deader. Didn't go to hell yet.
Yeah, well, she went to somewhere.
And the scene of her trying to cover up her own pool of blood at the train station. This is with the newspapers. This is hilarity.
It is just as the way when she duct tapes the towel on her back to somehow control the bleeding, and now she has a hunch.
Yes, she keeps fixing this newspaper stand thing about 4 times, putting the papers in the different locations as the guard is approaching. Does this maybe 4 times really, and she's not quite happy with her handiwork. So could this be the lowest of the lowest points of the franchise? I don't know what's going on. She keeps adjusting it.
I don't know if we are looking at the lowest of the lowest, at least in Deader, I would say that the lowest of the lowest is the whole concept of shithole tourism.
Oh yeah,
which is Anglo-American idea that, you know, if you're not living in one of the big countries, like America is always really nice, and Britain also.
Yeah, if you're in Eastern Europe, it's a shithole.
It's always a shithole. It's poverty driven. Everybody is a criminal. Everybody wants to always abuse every woman that they just see. And there is also Eurotrash Metro, where goddamn even children are being exposed to debauchery and tits and drug abuse. Like, you know, that's Romania for ya. And later on in part 9 also Mexico.
Oh yeah, let's go through all the possible American cliches that we possibly can. This must be one on your list of what Deader is doing really wrong here.
Deader is the one that does this the most. Essentially, it has no choice but to do this, because Deader actually mostly takes place in Romania. What perhaps saves Revelations Hellraiser 9, which is also going very strongly into this direction, is that it only is like partly in Mexico. There's a whole bunch of Mexico footage and flashbacks, but it's like 50% in Mexico and 50% in the dinner table, but Deader is like 95% in Romania.
Yeah, like we got the great opportunity to shoot these 2 films, Deader and Hellworld, back to back between October and November in 2005, was it?
Somewhere around there, yeah. We just had to get one way to get to Romania and shoot 2 films.
Yeah, we got this great opportunity, and how we're gonna pay back for you is to give some great marketing for Romania in this film.
by showing that Romania is an absolute shithole and you should never go there. All the Romanian people are butt ugly, and well, you can do whatever you want in Romania. There's no law in Romania.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose some cliches must be true. I'm just saying that Romania or Bucharest, at least Bucharest, most definitely I think it fits well as a kind of an environment, not least because of its some historical backgrounds with Dracula's, right? I mean, it I think looks wise, it could be a great place to use as a backdrop for Hellraiser. It's just the execution is which is a kind of one tone-ish.
Yup, yup. That it is. Like when it comes to Romania and Eastern Europe, there is a lore. Every now and then, cheap ass American production goes to Romania to dig up the blood Tepes bones and have or Elizabeth Bathory once again and have a cheap horror movie. It also does have architecture. There's a really nice rundown architecture that you can easily use in your horror films. And certainly, of course, some of the problems do exist in these countries. There is a poverty, and the streets may not be the cleanest, etc., etc. That certainly does apply. So you can also
Yeah.
get your free ass, gritty look for your film. But the problem with American productions quite often is that they go way overboard with this. Like in Hellraiser 7 Deader, Romania, I kid you not, this is shown to you directly. Romania is the country where at the metro stations there can be people bleeding, sitting down in a pool of blood and just constantly bleeding, and nobody gives a shit because Romania. It's that kind of country.
Yeah, maybe. Or because it's a deader universe.
Well, yeah, could be also that. Could be also that. It's hard to say. But we have like a bleeding lady sitting in a yellow raincoat in the middle of a metro station. It's not even the departure in Eurotrash metro where they have children amongst all the drug abuse and sex. I know this is on a public place and nobody bats an eye.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised that the American production crew had trouble in some way communicating with the Romanian actors and the crew if they're trying to pull off shit like this.
Yeah. Like in this scene, we are trying to showcase your home country in the worst possible light.
Yeah, look at it in a positive light. I guess Romanians got some more visibility.
as the place where Eurotrash gathers and normal people should never go.
Well, you know what they say about publicity. All is good. All is good.
Yeah. Say that to Harvey Weinstein, who got a hell of a ton of publicity just recently.
This makes me rethink the scandal idea that I have planned for this podcast. That we could get more visibility with that. Maybe it's not gonna go so well.
Well, we can try to do an episode in Romania.
Yeah, as in most Hellraiser sequels, there's not much in terms of rising action, which is a problem with these chopped storylines, which are in fact a very hard thing to pull off in the first place. And just an incomprehensible mess of subsequent events is what we have, with the last 20 minutes often attempting to explain away the previous hour.
That it is. This is perhaps the most confusing of Hellraiser sequels.
Then there's the sudden appearance of Cenobites, kind of touched upon already, who had remained off the screen for almost all the running time, which wouldn't be a problem, but it is a kind of a problem in this film. They appear now to solve their differences with the deader universe of the script, and that solves it.
Yeah, and with that, ham-fisted must insert Cenobites and Hellraiser somehow. Also, once again comes the extremely problematic kind of a Catholic conservatism that Pinhead invokes here. If Hellseeker was perhaps the worst when it came to sexuality, especially female sexuality, sexual women. I would say that Hellraiser Deader perhaps is the worst. Well, when it comes to everybody else, Hellworld also is pretty damn horrible on this regard. More of that on later. But Jesus Christ, if Deader doesn't send off some really horrible messages, the main problem with Deader, and I promise to you, by God, I will get back to this on once we touch upon Hellraiser 8. But to just lay it on here so we all know the talking point. As already established, Pinhead has a major gripe with Winter and the Deaders, especially with Winter. And the problem that Pinhead has is the fact that Deaders are committing suicide and coming back to life. The main running theme of Hellraiser Deader is suicide. You can already perhaps sense how this is going to go off the rails, because that's quite heavy topic.
Yeah, but it's a suicide to live on forever.
It is well. First off, that's kind of that's you kind of have to be sensitive if you are hinting that suicide is a gateway into eternal life. But fine, whatsoever, if that's what you're going to go with.
Yeah.
But at the end of the film, once Pinhead has capped off Winter, who he hates for being the leader and le marchand, then Pinhead has this whole fucking monologue about how he also hates the rest of the Deaders, and because they feel so disappointed with life itself. And then Pinhead proceeds to kill them all off. So at that point, what Pinhead essentially is doing, he is punishing the rest of the group, who is not Winter, with whom he still had the personal beef with. These are just groupies. None of them who has opened the box or wanted to meet Pinhead himself, like the whole point from the original films, that you want to experience all these pleasures and you are seeking these pleasures and you are seeking Cenobites, etc. None of that applies here. Pinhead just shows off. All of a sudden kills a whole group of people because, as he puts it, they don't appreciate life enough. They feel disappointed by the world. My fucking God.
That could lead into pretty challenging waters.
Yeah, and it's those waters that we actually end Hellraiser 8 with.
Yeah.
Because if these guys have 2 minutes of running time, Amy goes missing, and the paper owner hires a new reporter, end credits.
But actually they appreciated life a hell of a lot because they wanted to live on forever. Or maybe they didn't appreciate life, and of course the natural thing to do after that is to just end their life. If you think it in another way, then they would kind of get what they already wanted, thanks to him.
Kinda, yeah. I'm not willing to take that kind of a reading when it comes to, Hellraiser's Deader and its messaging.
Yeah.
The film also makes the repeated point about the character's self-destructive behavior. Like with Amy, it's said repeatedly that she has that self-destructive shit going on.
Oh yeah, that's a repeating line.
Yeah, and the same goes also for the person who says that line, which is the Eurotrash debauchery train owner, leader, something, who is also part of the Deaders. That guy makes the notion that he also has that self-destructive shit going on. So there is some type of drive to kind of self-destruct. To a point, the Deader cult also is this. The reading I got is that they are a bunch of suiciders who also at the same time are too chicken shit to really go through with the suicide. Like they want to kill themselves because they don't feel that connection to the world, but at the same time they are clinging to the hope that the suicide pact they are following with is something that grants them an eternal life.
Inferno and Hellseeker already, as kind of touched upon, Pinhead's screen time is very low, and in Deader, Pinhead is barely there, beginning to be more and more irrelevant. Deader and Hellworld, these were shot back-to-back in Romania between October and December in 2002 to save costs. Original story of Deader would have taken place in London.
But with that sour taste in our mouths, do we proceed further into Hellraiser 8, which also does its fair share of guilt-tripping people?
I feel that we're really touching the floor here, or below it. Hellraiser Hellworld, once again directed by Rick Bota, written by Carl V. Dupré, who wrote Hellseeker, story by Joel Soisson, based on a short story, Dark Can't Breathe. He has worked on Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Dracula 2000, The Prophecy, etc. He's a screenwriter, producer, director. Here we have kind of a big star, the host played by Lance Henriksen. Known, of course, from Alien franchise, The Terminator, the first one, Millennium TV series, and a lot of TV in general. García, played by Catherine Winnick, also known for The Art of the Steel and Polar. Jake, played by Christopher Jacot, a voice actor, known also for his contributions to the Watch Dogs video games. So what is going on in Hellworld?
Are you really doing this?
Skipping something?
God damn, man. Are you honest to God, are you shitting me? Are you skipping Henry Cavill who plays Mike?
Oh yeah.
The only meal ticket outside of Doug Bradley, the only career after Hellraiser.
Yeah, Henry Cavill, the only one whose career kind of skyrocketed to the moon later on.
Yeah. Most notably for playing Speedo Man in Zack Snyder DC films, like Speedo Man versus Batman.
Yeah, but what else is on his plate?
Well, mostly Speedo Man. Also being the upper lip in Mission Impossible Fallout.
Yeah, Man of Steel. He starred in Man of Steel. Batman vs. Superman. Justice League. He's doing good bank.
He is. And I guess that's all thanks to Hellraiser 8.
Yeah.
I bet that this is the film that Henry Cavill kind of a reminiscence.
He has been been in rotation in when people are trying to figure out who's going to be playing the next James Bond. He's been also on these goddamn lists, but who hasn't been on the lists at this point?
Yeah. We should somehow, some way, someday find a way to find Henry Cavill's agent's phone number, come up with some kind of a fictional movie project where we would have like $25 million or $500 million budget so that we can have a phone call with Henry Cavill and phone the man and just ask like, well, what are your warmest memories from Hellraiser Hellworld?
Yeah.
How do you see that film affected your career?
Yeah, it kind of rings bells back to Paul Rudd, who acts in Halloween 6. He also started to act in a bunch of these superhero movies later and has had a big career. And I just remember when he was asked, it was like a short answer questionnaire. The interviewer just asked a bunch of questions from him. One of the questions or words that were put into his direction to which he was supposed to react in some way. The reporter said, Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers. His reaction was, first movie. Nicely avoided. But I think it's time to kind of get Jack Bota and Henry Cavill back together, Rick Bota. Because Rick Bota was supposed to be a softcore porn director. And Henry Cavill would work greatly in that kind of stuff. I mean, they could take the blowjob scene a little bit further.
Well, at least Henry Cavill does have a well-recorded problem with T-shirts. At least in that first Superman film, Man of Steel.
Oh,
Like if you wanna check that film if you are interested in seeing Henry Cavill's bare upper half.
I see. This returns to the Le Marchand mansion, as stated, and it seems that the Le Marchand configuration has become common knowledge via a video game, and Pinhead avenges for making shitty video games at the end of the film.
Well, somebody does.
Somebody does.
Yeah. So to quickly recap what the fuck happens in Hellraiser 8, there was this really shitty web browser flash game called Hellworld, which is all the craze amongst the youth. I can't see why, but everybody's playing it. In the beginning of the film, the film begins with a funeral. One of the friend group who has been really into playing shitty flash games on internet has somehow killed himself off. It's hinted that he light himself on fire. Following the suicide, rest of the group kinda does the pinky promise never to play Hellworld again, except then absolutely everybody does it, and this time they somehow win Hellworld and get a really easy to be copied and printable invitation into a secret Hellworld party. And the group decides to reunite, go to the party, and then shenanigans happen. There's a bunch of weird shit, bunch of flash editing, something, a hell of a lot of props from past Hellraiser films at the background. And then it turns out that the entire party, I guess, was a hoax done by the Suicide Kid's dad, who was absent from the kids' life always, is so non-existent that nobody even knows who the dad is and what he looks like. But now has taken it really to heart the loss of his son and has decided to kill the rest of the friends because Sanyo was playing video games on net.
And all the kids that experienced the death of their great friend, they actually return to this whole Hellworld. And let me get back to that. But it seems that Hellworld tries to ride the Halloween Resurrection reality TV and internet wave of horror storylines. And we have a computer video game that leads the characters to a party in the house where their friend died earlier due to something. And he played the Hellworld game, and no one ever explains what was so lethal about the Hellworld game itself.
Well, it's I guess it's supposed to get into your head somehow.
Yeah, except that it doesn't in this film. It's nothing about the video game, actually. Looks more to me like as if Lance Henriksen's son opened the box, got murdered by the Cenobites, and now he blames his best friends for this.
Well, two things are going off at the same time, and that makes it really confusing. Yep. What you are being shown first in the film is that the son commits suicide. Like there's several flashbacks into this act. The son committing suicide, and all the friends talk about to each other about the suicide, and they all say that it was a suicide. It was a suicide. It wasn't our fault. He killed himself, etc., etc., etc. And then in the final minute, when Pinhead finally shows up for realsies this time, because actually everything you see in the film is some kind of a hallucination and they have been buried alive inside coffins the entire time ever since they originally entered the mansion where the secret Hellworld party is going on. But at the final minute, Pinhead shows up for real this time. He makes this really odd remark how Lance Henriksen's son was a prodigy who somehow summoned hell or some such nonsense, and never elaborates further on that point. They just quickly kill off Lance Henriksen and then fuck off.
Yeah, at Hellworld's point, it started to look very much like we really actually want to do another film than Hellraiser, but we just can't. We'd have to ham-fistedly insert a bit of Pinhead here and another Cenobite here. Or is it about the paycheck of Doc Bradley that we can just use him in the last 5 minutes?
I'm pretty certain that the entire production was kind of pissed that Doc Bradley had to appear because he costs money.
How this whole direct-to-video stuff started. It started as mentioned, as a way to just hold on to the Hellraiser license. And Doc Bradley was kind of looking to someday maybe do the Hellraiser remake or something more grand, something that they really wanted to do. Doc Bradley just agreed time after time to appear in these kind of secondary products. And now he's starting to get tired of it. Also looks like that Lance Henriksen, his character, has somehow now bought the Le Marchand mansion only to pull off a sick practical joke. Or what's the drift here?
Well, essentially that. Like Lance Henriksen owns the mansion. Lance Henriksen throws a real party. Like the party is, I guess, real. Because he trucks the friend group only after they've seen that some type of party is actually happening. So Lance Henriksen, I'm really trying to piece this together, has bought Le Marchand mansion, has I guess bought also Hellworld the game, so that he can have, that party invitation if you manage to finish it.
Which has to be half decent because people actually play it en masse.
Yeah, and then he throws money enough to have a really extravagant secret party that happens in the mansion. And all of this just so that, he can get back at the friend group.
Yep, such an effort. And there are these people trapped in their graves at the yard and basically able to yell through the tube while it has to be supposed that the contestants are still partying around the vicinity but are not able to notice them. Something like this. In this film you have to really struggle to find out all the characters' names, and they mostly have no real arcs. There's just a mass of people who are pushed into this Le Marchand mansion to be killed. Or to their graves.
Essentially, yeah. There's a whole bunch of Hellraiser-esque stuff that happens. Like Pinhead has some quick appearances throughout the film, but as the film eventually reveals, all of this actually is fake and hallucinations. But the nonsensical plot aside, my biggest gripe, and I already alluded this to when I was talking about the previous film Yagher, but Hellraiser 8 also has a major messaging problem. And I would say, where Yagher, Hellraiser's conservatism, and basically the blaming of everyone who does not feel content with the world, everybody who might somehow feel disconnected from the world. Hellraiser 8 has actually a way bigger problem with whom it's trying to guilt trip here. In its heart, Hellraiser 8 is a cautionary tale, just in the same way as has been the previous sequels ever since part 5. But where Hellraiser 7 was about suicide, Hellraiser 8 is in the name of late 90s, early 2000s, this kind of a hysterical fear of internet and video game culture. As such, Hellraiser 8 actually has a major identity problem. Because the old souls who make the film, they want to gripe about the youth essentially wasting time on video games. Hellworld itself is framed to be bad. as the film points out, it's ultra violent, it's nonsensical, and it gets into your head and it makes you kill yourself and others, like those evil video games tend to do.
Right.
But then again, at some time during the production, somebody, I guess, realized that it's that exact same youth who would be really the ones paying the entry ticket, or the ones, buying the VHSs or DVDs. So the youth are starting to form the main audience. Because of that, the film kind of has to be a flashy, energetic, in order to appease the same youth that it wants to shame here. And it also has to have enough sexy, violent content in it so that it would somehow get trending on internet message boards, so that people would talk about it to each other, and there would be that mouth-to-mouth kind of exchange that this film even exists. Even though that the film also wants to really gripe about the goddamn existence of the internet. And kind of because of this, that the film goes out of its way to act really cool. Like, once you get to the actual Hellworld party, it's supposed to be this super hardcore, extreme party, where there's all this casual sex and all the drinks are free, and ladies show their tits, and you can get a blowjob simply because cell phone and some such. And because of this, you get this really cringeworthy kind of a tonal mismatch going on here, where at the one time, on text level, the film is being cautionary and telling you to stay away from the video games, but then it's trying to kind of vision this video game subculture, which would be really exciting and sexual and all and such. And that the previous films kind of had managed to escape or the main problems which it's moralizing. Derrickson not so much, but well, 5 and 6 managed to escape this because they were dealing with crooked cops, adulterers, and wife murderers. But Hellworld, honest to God, is actually trying to bite the same hand that it needs in order to be fed. This is really biting the feeding hand scenario that we have in Hellworld. Hellworld can't hide the fact that it's looking down upon everybody who as the film frames it, wastes its time on internet and playing video games. Even though, on a surface level, it tries to say that video games are sexy and cool. And the reason why I hate this so much, and why I hate Deader so much, is that I strongly feel that there's nothing wrong with you if you like video games, or if you like internet, or if you like violent content, or even if you feel that you have been disappointed by the world, if you feel disconnected as the Deaders feel in Hellraiser 7. And of course, certainly, like all of these things, they can be a problem. You can spend too much time on internet. You can go to harmful web pages. You can waste too much time on video games. You can waste too much time on violent content. And feeling disappointed, feeling disconnected from the world, that most definitely, that can become a problem for you. But you're not dog shit because of video games or internet, or simply because, you have a depression, or you don't feel like you belong into this world. And, I honestly, God, don't think that you are worthless, and that you're dog shit, and that you should, the best thing that could happen to you is that, Pinhead should just come, or somebody should just come off and kill you, because you don't appreciate life enough. And that's not how I don't believe that that's how you should see yourself. No matter how much these two goddamn Hellraiser films try to convince you otherwise. And that's my main gripe with Hellraisers 7 and 8. And in my opinion, these films can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, that's pretty horrifying. Or that's a very good point when you put these kids who are just playing video games against actually immoral people. Like what is Rick Bota trying to tell us here?
When it comes to what Rick Bota is trying to tell, unfortunately, I think the same shit that many people like him are trying to tell. Hellworld, in the end, it's not the first film to do this. There was a big craze, kinda in cheap-ass horror movies during the late 90s, early 2000s, where horror movies found out about video games and internet. And more especially, they found about quote-unquote dark web, which is always behind some kind of a goddamn flash intro, and it's hidden behind 7 proxies, and it's constantly rerouting its location through satellites, and everything is possible in dark web. But anyways, there was a craze when whole bunch of horror movies took the approach that there's something insidious in video games. Like, video games make you a mass murderer. Or then there's this dark web where all these really weird, really dangerous web pages exist. These are your fear.com. Or well, hell, even our lovely neighbors, the Swedes, and their flagship product Martin Beck film series, where is it a Hunter in the Dark or Tunnel in the Dark or what the fuck the film was? Anyways, the whole notion there is that there's a bunch of kids who are murdering people in the Swedish metro system, and the reason behind the murders is that, well, they have been playing violent video games.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So in that sense, Hellworld is not doing anything that revolutionary. It's just playing into that trend. But essentially what that trend has been saying is that video games are bad. If you play video games, you are on the road to become a psychopath. Essentially, you are wasting your time. Quotation marks, you are also most likely are a bad person because you play violent video games, because you enjoy violent content, because you surf dark web or spend too much time on internet.
It's not exactly the first time that kids of a certain age in a fringe group of society try to test their limits, and killing people might be one of those horrific consequences. But it doesn't have a fucking thing to do with video games per se. Because people always want to look for the answers. Well, yeah, there was answers, but it's a combination of things, not only the goddamn video games.
Well, I would say it's most largely is not video games.
Yeah.
If the real answers are in bullying, in depression, all these complex psychological things.
And when it comes to this theme of, well, I hate this modern world and kids who play video games, I hate this world with the silly internet and cell phones. This is something that we will get as a recurring theme in the part 10. More on that soon.
But talking about killing yourself, should we jump into Hellraiser 9? Because I really also want to kill myself at this point.
Let's talk about it. This is directed by Víctor García, Spanish film director. El Ciclo short film is something that he is known for, and Return to the House on the Haunted Hill might be his most well-known film. Has also done Mirrors too. The film Hellraiser 9 is written by Gary J. Tunnicliffe, who was supposed to also direct this film, but was it due to scheduling conflicts that he was then unable to do it?
Yeah, it was. At least according to the story I heard. Telkki mostly is a special effects guy.
Yep.
Who does the practicals for horror films. And back in at that point, Turncliffe was working on the special effects for Scream, which was another Miramax Dimension Films product, but that was much more high profile, much more of a moneymaker at that point. So because Tunnicliffe was in special effects there, the studio, even though they had originally promised that Tunnicliffe can direct Hellraiser 9, they, rescheduled it, kept Tunnicliffe in Scream, gave Hellraiser 9 to another director, at which point apparently Tunnicliffe no longer heard from the project. During that time, apparently also Tunnicliffe's original script, which, well, according to him, he wrote quite quickly, but it also went through some heavy changes. More of them, as we approach the topic.
We had Deader and Hellworld. Those were published in 2005, and now this production came out, completed in 2011. And this is the most hideous example of we want to keep on to the rights and release the Hellraiser proper sequel or remake someday. It's been on the table since at least 2006 and it's still not out. I can't imagine why, but instead we have Revelations here, Revelations which could have been a nice show of actual proper Hellraiser film. But this was incredibly rushed, shot in only a few weeks, I understand. Doug Bradley was invited to be back, but because of the suggestion that he would have this and this amount of money, and because of this very rushed production, he didn't want to join the project at all. So they had to look for a new pinhead.
Yeah, unfortunately, yup. Like basically everybody agrees that was just an insult. Yeah. Doug Bradley, who is the only mainstay name and face on this whole franchise, and who pretty much has been carrying the franchise on his shoulders alone through the number of past sequels.
Yeah, you can't really fault the cast and crew here, insofar as that they were given such of a short amount of time to get everything going and working on a minimal budget and minimal time. Clive Barker commented, quote, "I want to put on record that the flick out there using the word Hellraiser is no fucking child of mine. I have nothing to do with the fucking thing. If they claim it's from the mind of Clive Barker, it's a lie. It's not even from my butthole." End quote. Yeah, that was his Twitter rampage. Yeah, the film was produced in a matter of weeks due to the risk of Dimension Films otherwise losing the rights of the franchise. And to be frank, Uncle Frank, I was again kind of positively surprised with this one, without knowing anything about what was happening in the background. I just watched this with blind eye, like most of the franchises. Just went through them, then started to read about the background story with this. This is trying something new. It also brings back the skinless creatures from the first two films, and it has a Scream-esque twist at the end. Albeit I can't understand why our lead character hates his family that much. But maybe you want to give an overall picture of what the hell is going on in Revelations.
Well, why not? Because somebody has to understand what happens in this train wreck. So, essentially, in Hellraiser 9 starts at a dinner table. There are two families who are close acquaintances with each other. They have been having some kind of a joint dinners for quite some time. Both families have a son, Steven and Nico, who are close friends and have gone to Mexico some months ago. Both friends and both sons have disappeared mysteriously during their trip. One of the families has at some point hired a private detective to track down the missing sons. Yeah, but the detective has been unable to finish the job, but has managed to find a mysterious gym bag that has a bunch of nudie magazines and a camcorder in that recorder there is some kind of a video chronicling Steven and Nico's time in Mexico, illuminating what happened in the Mexico. But there's something in that tape that, well, those who have seen it don't really want to talk about. All of a sudden, during in the course of the night, Steven comes back. Nico is still missing. Steven acts traumatized, like something bad has happened to him. And as the night progresses, he starts to act more and more weird, more and more intimidating towards his family members. As the story progresses, through flashbacks, through the camcorder recordings, but during this time, they come across a mysterious vagrant who offers them the box and promises to them that it's a gateway to unearthly pleasures once again. Nico becomes obsessed about opening the box and actually manages to get it open, summons Pinhead, but to his horror realizes that the unearthly pleasures once again were that limit experience stuff, which really is not what Nico was searching for. So Nico becomes desperate to escape the hell. He managed to get contact to Steven, with whom he makes the old Frank deal from the original film. Kill more people for me because I need blood in order to rejuvenate. Steven goes on with the plan, starts to kill random Mexican prostitutes to feed for Nico, but as the murders kind of pile up, Steven starts to regret all the murdering he is doing and decides to call it quits, at which point Nico betrays Steven, skins him alive, and leaves him on the grumpy ass Mexican motel room. Still alive, but now without skin, heads back home, where Nico finally reveals himself and also decides to force the family to summon the Cenobites because he's somehow hoping to make some kind of get out of deal for goodsies and for permanent this time deal with Pinhead or something like that. Turns out that Pinhead this time, surprisingly though, is not really in deal making mood. And the now Cenobite Steven also appears there in some kind of a pseudo Pinhead or something like that.
Well, Pinhead was never supposed to be making any deals. As I stated in the originals as well, it was just Pinhead playing a game to get both Kirsty and whoever might have been on the menu, such as Frank, who escaped.
Yeah, but then again, there's a whole Hellseeker deal going on.
Ah, well, yeah, I forgot that shit already.
Yeah, unfortunately, all these shit shows are part of the same franchise. But yeah, everything goes tits up. Everybody ends up in hell except the daughter of the one family, who now is left with the puzzle box and kind of a abattoir looking home. And there's a subtle hint that, well, she too will open the box someday and summon Pinhead. And we close to credits.
Yeah, the meaning of acting as an intermediary, like a Julia character of Steven, is starting to seem really nonsensical. It really seems that Nico could be able to pull off those murders by himself. Maybe with greater effort, yeah, because he's skinless. Then again, I don't understand why he would need Steven that much for anything. He could just go on and go biting them on the street or behind the doors.
Yeah, it's kind of, it is partly messy. Like, obviously, you immediately notice that what they are doing, they are copying the dynamic from the first film.
Yeah.
Minus all the sexual tension between,
Yeah.
the escapee and the helper. But essentially, the build around here is the same. Nico I guess at first being too weak once again to do the murdering himself. Later on, well, it is actually shown that he's more than strong enough now to also do his own killings. I guess at this point he just chooses not to, also because it's a bit inconvenient when you are trying to lure prostitutes as your victim if you look like a living shish kebab. And well, the final betrayal, the moment when Nico betrays Steven, well, that's once again, Uncle Frank stealing his brother's skin. Apparently, you have to have to really, skin off the last of your victim. You have to get that skin cut off so that it stays intact enough. It like the skins in Hellraiser apparently work like suits, like or overalls that you kind of have to wear them, and I guess then they somehow fuse with your body so that they become an active skin at once you've done that. Because nobody in Hellraiser films who has a borrowed skin is walking with any kind of a zipper in the back of their skin suit.
Yeah, well, this is a problem that we can already track back down to in the originals. Rather than trying to overthink that, if we discuss about the acting of so-called Steven, played by Nick Eversman, there's been some communication that I've been hearing that people are dissatisfied with his performance, at least once he returns to the house, and seems to be like shaky and disturbed by the events that he has witnessed. Particularly when he goes outside, they find him outside and he's just standing there. One goes, why is he only standing there like that? But I would counter argue that as well. It would fit with the theory that this is Nico, and in this case, it would be kind of a half-hearted performance from him to make the others, for some reason, to believe that he is indeed Steven. Why to keep up with this play? I don't know. Why to go outside if you're not really traumatized? I don't know. But it's of course to mislead the audience.
It is, and it is to give that whole mystery plotline once again going. My biggest problem with when it comes to Nick Eversman's acting is not the Mexico bits. It's not the traumatized victim back at home, where Eversman really drops me off. And well, this may not be just Eversman's problem. The goddamn dialogue makes no service to him here, but it's at the end of the film when the final plot twist, that the backstab, I'm gonna sacrifice these families thing gets going, that there's like a whole bunch of nonsense and extremely cringeworthy dialogue. Like, for example, the whole "mine was the first cocks that she sucked," tirade that happens. I see what the character is kind of a going with there. It's supposed to be like behind the main story there. There's also this notion that the dad and the mom from the two different families, they both have been cheating on their spouses, and they have had a sexual relationship, and that moment is supposed to be Nico kind of sticking it to the face of Steven's dad, because he despises Steven's dad because Steven's dad has been sleeping with his mom.
Yeah,
And the whole I'm the first guy your daughter fucked is supposed to be kind of a like precisely that moment.
there must.
Like
Yeah,
fuck you,
that's-
man. But the dialogue is really cringeworthy here.
I would say that Nick Eversman plays it kind of really well with the emotion of anger at this scene. But I just have to wonder how many times they retook that cock dialogue there. It must be kind of hilarious to listen to. But yeah, I don't really understand who is supposed to be Nico here. Nico's complete abhorring of these families. Why does he want to return there so bad? Can't he think of any other victims?
Well, the whole Nico motif is, at least according to my reading, it's a combination of three things. The first one there is the kind of a I'm disappointed in what I have in life. I want darker, fuller experiences. This insatiable sexual and material lust that was also what Frank's driving motive. That's supposed to kind of be the seed of his darkness, and also the main reason why to do the whole Mexico thing. Like that's supposed to be his escape from the normal family life, which he feels too limiting, which he feels that does not allow him to live for
Yeah,
his full potential and for him to
s-
get most experience out of.
I get that, but so he leaves for Tijuana to get out of all of that, and then returns to his hillbilly hometown to say hi.
He returns there because a he despises his families for all that cheating. Also, most likely blames him for that golden cage.
Which all doesn't work out because this family, we get to basically know about the family after the fact that all the mess had been happening in Tijuana. And we don't know about these occurrences, that these family dynamics. It's starting to be alluded to a little by little. There is this kind of weird moment where the family daughter just touches the shoulder discreetly of this guy and seems to be a kind of having some affection towards him. So this is alluding to the audience that okay, something is not quite as it seems. That there's some odd behavior, some hillbilly behavior that has to be stopped by Nico.
I really didn't get that. I know that you are alluding back to the incestual
Mm-hmm.
themes and moment in the film. I never saw that moment as something that Nico as a character is supposed to be stopping.
Well, but what is the because this is one of those very few moments where we get some kind of a suggestion that okay, these are not complete angels that we're dealing with.
To me, it was supposed to hint back at, well, firstly, the fact that the daughter also might have quote unquote dark heart or some kind of a seed of darkness like Nico had. Like there could be some type of a taboo breaking, not normal sexual appetite with her. It's also very plain and kind of boring play at sexual perversion because those easily hint at something mysterious, something being off, and also because they are supposed to give kind of a yucky feeling.
Yeah, it's a sexual perversion for sexual perversion. Really weak.
Yeah, essentially, just like you said, it is sexual perversion for having a sexual perversion. Essentially, in this film, that's the motive that it serves.
But to say something good about where this is going in the beginning, I feel that the characters and the circumstances that they're in there explained very well in the first minute. Okay, they are leaving home. They are Nico and Steven, good buddies, and they are on a road to some fuller experiences. This is something that the franchise has sometimes struggled with, introducing the characters properly and their some of their motivations at least. Here it's happening like done.
Yeah, and actually, with that clear direction, clear narrative direction, how clearly the film establishes its characters, that actually leads into my biggest defense that I can have for this film.
Mm-hmm.
Like, make no mistake, Hellraiser 9 is dog shit. It truly is, and it does not merit to be seen. Everybody hates it, me included. But I would make the case that this actually could work as a stage play, not as a film. As a film, this is atrocious wreck. Truly, but I see a lot of stage play here, and I think that some of the shortcomings that the film has, like the extremely forced narrative storytelling, some of the really forceful dialogue and stuff like that happens, especially in the first half of the film. For example, when they are getting ready for the dinner, and the mom is looking at the cam recorder
Yeah.
so that the daughter can see it, and then a recorder is supposed to be something that the parents are trying to hide from their
It's
daughter.
nothing, but you can find it in the place where I left it.
Yeah, precisely that. And like leaving it laying out like that it's easy to find. And then in the middle of a dinner, the daughter leaving the table and being like, fuck them, and immediately going into the place where the cam recorder is and seeing the footage. In film, that doesn't work. It's forced. Extremely forced.
Yeah,
But
many non sequiturs as the result of not introducing the family in the beginning.
yeah, but that all could perhaps work on a stage, because on stage you can actually take more shortcomings and you are allowed to be more direct and hand holding in the way how you tell your narrative. I can kind of envision in my head how you could do that, like as a small budget stage play. That would be a limited amount of sets you would have. You can fit that on a large enough stage. You would cut out the entire Mexico bit. Could work in that fashion on stage. It most definitely does not work on film, but on stage it could be salvageable.
But regarding the film context, I keep wondering how it would look, most likely much better, if they would actually start the film from home. These two friends would experience some of the nonsense coming from the family's direction, kind of giving them the implication, the fire to leave this shanty town. And then you would understand these characters much better later. But I understand what the film is trying to do. It's trying to slowly show you what this is all about by not showing it in the beginning, but unfortunately it doesn't work.
It doesn't, and there are some I think clear elements which are you can pinpoint as reasons why it doesn't work. First of all, I think that the Mexico parts, I understand why they are there. They are there to add more gore and also make explaining what has happened with the sons kind of a more easy. But I think that the Mexico bit is a mistake. I also think that most of the nonsense with the vagrant character also is a mistake. Like I wouldn't have a character giving them the box.
And I'm not saying that the people from America don't come to do hooker business into Mexico, because I'm sure that some people love to do this sex tourism. But why the fuck do we have to have Mexico connected with hookers once again?
Yeah, good point. Good point. That actually, I promised back in Deader that I will get back to the shithole tourism like
Yeah, here it
aspect,
goes.
and you named it, like it's this like Mexico, that the place where you get hookers and where you can murder everyone, like anybody who you want, because no cops, no law in Mexico.
One thing I want to point out is the not so innocent girl at the house who already opens the box before this so-called Stephen arrives. And why does this opening of the box initiate any events at all, except the little earthquake, and that's all. And then later it's actually opened again.
Yeah, the earthquake bit also is quite strange, because it does not feed essentially into anything eventually. Like
After, yeah.
it could have been some kind of a telegraphed notion that is how that the moment when Cenobites appear, like they come to our world when the earthquake happens, and then they stay off screen just long enough to have a dramatic entrance. But then again, the film doesn't use that.
It doesn't use, and it doesn't make sense as a character motivation that she has already must have connected this earthquake and lights going crazy to the box. And moreover, I cannot fathom why the mother is willingly letting this daughter to play with the box and keep the box with her. And then later she sexually teases the other guy who's still playing with the box. You shouldn't touch the box, you know.
Then again, something that I do think that the film actually manages to do, and this is, I guess, kudos for Tunnicliffe for being a long time Hellraiser makeup special effects
Yeah,
artist.
since Hellraiser 3.
Yeah. So a long time fan of the franchise, and perhaps for a longest time, anyone do in any way in relation to these films who actually knows something about Hellraiser. But 9 finally manages to once again bring that whole limit experience point back into the film, even though it's there extremely briefly. But there is that one moment where you are being shown Steven in hell when he's being skinned, and he makes the notion that pain and pleasure are the same. And that actually is a thematical point that I have really been missing in goddamn Hellraiser sequels.
Yeah, and kind of visually that scene reminds me a bit of the 1 and 2 space, and even more so in the next one. In this one, we have the new Pinhead played by Stepan. Smith Collins has been unintentionally downgraded in quality, this character, by that inexcusable voiceover dub that we have. The voice of Pinhead is not the voice of Collins. Replaced by this voice that really is so over the top that it's laughable. When you look at the actor of Collins, how he would kind of fit to our expectations of what we expect from a Pinhead, he's kind of a bulky on the face.
Had the rumor there that I've heard is that actually, because the shoot was such of a quick, because they didn't have a proper pre-production, because they didn't have any money, that the costume department just went online on eBay and bought anything they could get on their hands cheaply, and they did just quickly tried to modify it, just like just before the shoot starts, to make them look more Hellraiser-esque.
I guess that would be Hellraiser 10 Judgment then. Directed by Gary J. Tunnicliffe, writer of previous one, of course. Now has kind of full control here in the domains of directing and writing. Sean Carter played by Damon Carney, David Carter played by Randy Wayne, Luke Duke in The Dukes of Hazzard, The Beginning. Pinhead actor is changing once again to Paul T. Taylor. Landlady played by Heather Langenkamp. Completely missed that on initial viewing.
Yeah, well, Heather is here for a really short time. It's practically a cameo.
It is. We have now in 2018 a bit higher production standards, or you could say that's just the standards to be expected more in 2018. More defined color grading perhaps is one of the reasons. Maybe more interesting lighting. New faction of Hell, Stygian Inquisition. Bradley declined to work in the film after hearing he would need to sign a non-disclosure agreement regarding the script.
There's a lot going on, at least if you are to believe the sources. Because Midnight's Edge actually did an interview with Tunnicliffe, they did indulge somewhat into what essentially is the Doc Bradley situation. So according to Tunnicliffe, the whole Doc Bradley debacle is something that has been brewing quite some time. Apparently, the two, Doc Bradley and Tunnicliffe, are or once were really close friends. Thanks to Tunnicliffe doing the makeup for Bradley in all those Hellraiser films. Then at some point, Tunnicliffe made this really short, really cheap, like shot it in his garage, basically fan movie, Hellraiser Lost Souls, which is technically just Pinhead having this monologue. It's supposed to take place in the moment when nuclear war has destroyed humanity, so Pinhead all of a sudden finds himself out of job and without purpose, and he's kind of just wondering what would he do now, and ends up opening the box himself in order to summon the Cenobites to, finish him off also. The problems would start there because Bradley, once the short, which still is a fan film, started trending, got into the special features of Deader DVD, Bradley contacted Tunnicliffe and was kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to surplus me? Because that was also something that the rumor was going on, at least around Bradley at that point. Tunnicliffe managed to make the point clear that no, that's just, me in my garage, it's a fan film, it's nothing. I give credit to you at the end credits and make the mention that I'm just mimicking here, I'm not doing anything serious. That's okay, the situation goes away. Then comes Hellraiser 9, where Tunnicliffe actually is demanded by the production house to call Bradley and ask him to appear on the film. Bradley, as mentioned, says no because dog shit paycheck, but in public, Bradley makes the statement that the reason why he disagreed to appear on the film is because he didn't like the script. The script was below his standards. Tunnicliffe, who had penned the script and yet at this point did not know, at least according to him, that the script had been touched upon and had all these changes on it, took it kind of personally and was kind of like, fuck you, Doc Bradley. Did not say this to him, but that was the sentiment. And later on, from those hard feelings, also Doc Bradley apparently is surrounded by yes men and groupies who just wanna play nice with his ego and bad mouths to him. Basically everything that happens in Hellraiser that does not carry Doc Bradley's name or face. So in we come into Hellraiser 10 Judgment, where Tunnicliffe is returning now back to directing. He wants to actually ask Doc Bradley appear on the film, but Doc Bradley is somewhat hesitant, especially since, he still blames Tunnicliffe for the script of Revelations. And Bradley, well, once again, according to Tunnicliffe, Bradley at this point is really hard to work with. Also, because Bradley has been so open about his dislike of Dimension films, the Dimension films also is kind of having it fed up with Bradley himself. Well, since Bradley is unwilling to directly say that, yeah, I will read the script or I will take part in the film, Dimension, who is fed up with Bradley behind the scenes, it makes Tunnicliffe the suggestion that give him the NDA to write down, and some studio head just prints the first NDA that he happens to have on his computer, just quickly changes the names there into Hellraiser, and gives it to Tunnicliffe, who sends it to Bradley. And Bradley on his side, on the other hand, feels that the NDA is showing disgrace to him because it's 3 pages long, it's full of this legal jargon that there are all these clauses that would make Bradley subject to compensate the production house like $1 million if he even accidentally says anything about the film while it's on production. Bradley takes that personally and says to Tunnicliffe that no, I won't do this. Later on goes to Twitter to explain that he has chosen not to appear on Hellraiser Judgment because of artistic reasons, at which point Tunnicliffe actually on his Twitter publishes the part from Bradley's email to him, in which Bradley states that he's not gonna sign the NDA. Once that happens, Bradley takes that personally, and this time goes Tunnicliffe and he's like, how the fuck do you dare to publish personal communication? That email was meant for you and not the whole goddamn world, and goes off their friendship. Well, Tunnicliffe claims that he has made some olive branch emails to Bradley after since to make amends, but Bradley refuses to answer these, and, well, Tunnicliffe's theory is that this is basically because Bradley is still surrounded by yes men and ego kissers who just badmouths about, well, Hellraiser 9, Hellraiser 10, anything Hellraiser that does not have Bradley's face and name. So that's my knowledge about what happens and why Doug Bradley no longer is with the franchise.
Well, not gonna take any sides, but revealing somebody's private emails is kind of a low.
Kinda, yeah. Then again, it is supposed to be just that one snippet, like nothing else except that I'm not gonna write the NDA part.
Yeah, still, you feel kind of naked when that kind of thing happens.
You do. Then again, Tunnicliffe does make the claim that the only reason he did that was to prevent Doug Bradley getting on the high horse and going off with it was just because the artistic differences and because the artistic vision argument.
Well, here theme-wise, Pinhead avenges for sins and for being an irritating adjutant or angel or whatever that blondie-haired girl is supposed to be in the film.
Well, actually, on text, yeah, Pinhead does precisely that. There's a whole lot of avenging going on. In practice, however, Pinhead doesn't really avenge here except once. And that would be that the first interviewee, which would be some kind of I guess the film is, like my reading is a child molester or even a child killer. Basically the first one, who is the auditor's first victim.
And we have a Pinhead played by Paul T. Taylor, whose kind of looks closely resemble Doc Bradley's. Kind of the head shape is the same, but I am happy that the performance is also pleasantly subdued this time. So he's kind of taking his own version of Pinhead here. There are no Doc Bradley theatrics to be found in his performance. He's simply there to serve his kind of a pinheady purpose, not getting into kind of emotional tirades. Of course, then kind of having that kind of a vengeance there.
Yeah, well, my reading kind of is that he's doing two things. He is playing homage to how Pinhead was in the beginning of all of this, in the first two films, before all this scenery chewing started to happen and all that rest of the nonsense. But at the same time, I do agree that he is carving his own kind of a performance, his own version of Pinhead here.
There's courageous calls plot-wise, like Pinhead's abandonment from hell due to a random character, or this lady apparently was more useful alive for Leviathan. Leviathan is not happy and Pinhead is abandoned from hell.
Actually, what I gathered, unfortunately, here is that, well, essentially, Hellraiser 10 Judgment is the final nail on the whole Christianity seeps into Hellraiser coffin. Because my take was that the blonde lady was an actual angel,
Yeah.
like you know, in heaven angels. So the god that banishes Pinhead on to Earth at the end of the film would be a Christian god. It wouldn't be no longer Leviathan. It wouldn't be hell dynamics. No, this would be hell and heaven.
And apparently it's really, really bad if now suddenly Pinhead is punished in this way that this is his hell, not being in hell, but in the real world.
Well, actually, that does make thematic sense, and I kind of must confess that it does make surprisingly a lot thematic sense. I would say when it comes to themes, when it comes to any kind of a nuance, Hellraiser Judgment is the perhaps best attempt that we have had in decades on this franchise.
It's one of the better sequels for sure here. Some cohesivity is to be found. Maybe thanks to that Gary J. Tunnicliffe has more control of the production. And I'm definitely not blaming him for the troubles of Revelations.
I do know that some parts of the script that are from Tunnicliffe. Like, for example, the whole mine was the first cock thing.
Yeah, but I
don't,
never had a big problem with that line.
I don't appreciate. He is in way better swing in Judgment, most likely because even though the production with this film was troubled, there obviously is not much money. The studio wanted completely different script from him. He had to fight the studio to get this film done, to get Judgment done, and not some other script that the studio was demanding. At the final stage, he had to do the thing where he at the meeting he nods his head and agrees with the studio, and then on the set as a director he makes director's calls to have certain scenes to be in this film. All that vomiting, for example, is something that studio was pushing very heavily against. So most likely, yeah. Tunnicliffe's headstrong attitude when it comes to making Judgment as he wanted it does save the film quite a bit. With that out of the way, does Judgment have problems? It most definitely has. Budget is obvious. Another aspect that I really don't appreciate here is the angels. The story does have plot holes, or at least some inconsistencies and stupid decisions in it.
Yeah, look, if you're looking for ham-fisted script or terrible so-called humor, look no further than Rick Bota movies in this franchise. How's it hanging? Don't answer that.
Yeah.
And looks at the cock of the statue, or holy pussy, looking at the nun's picture.
I actually thought that when it comes to Bota's films, that was the best joke.
What?
In his trilogy of films. It might say a lot about the quality of Bota's jokes, but at least something was attempted there.
Like what?
Well, it's not funny, but I can see an attempt. I can
be so laughably bad.
There's a crude humor tried to tie down into a holy imagery. like somebody tried at least.
Nope. The Preceptor bait and switch happens. We believe this to be Pinhead yet again, but it's Officer Sean Carter, which doesn't make much sense. We can't really justify this. He already was working on the case of the Preceptor way before he was captured by the Cenobites, and with that taken into account, it would make more sense if the blonde lady angel / something was the real Preceptor and Carter was simply deduced to be the Preceptor by the brother and this woman detective whose name I forgot, But that doesn't make sense either, since he utters those biblical quotes all around the film and admits that it was him all along.
I really don't have that problem with Perceptor. I think Perceptor actually works quite magnificently.
How so? So he's trying to find a killer in the situation where he is already the killer, and emotionally struggling to find himself.
See. First of all, quick recap about what happens in the film. Really quick. So there's a serial killer stalking streets in somewhere city called the Perceptor. He kills people according to 10 commandments. There are two cops chasing him, brothers as they are. A third cop, a lady this time, joins the team, so now it's three cops. The lady's job is to from higher ups on the police force is to make certain that Perceptor gets caught, and also take a reading on the older brother Sean, who the higher ups fear is getting too emotionally tied with the investigation. At the same time, Pinhead is attempting to find a new way to basically reach the guilty ones, the kind of a tainted souls, as people no longer really open the box. And then there is also the Stygian Inquisition, who is somehow subservient to Pinhead. The Stygian Inquisition really isn't that strongly explained in this film, and good for that. And eventually it is also turns up that heaven and angels finally appear on the film. As the case progresses, it really, as you already mentioned, turns up that Sean is the Perceptor. He also comes in contact with the box. At the very end, he tries to make a sacrifice of his wife and brother, who have been having a secret affair behind Sean's back, and offer them to Pinhead. That doesn't really float, as Pinhead isn't really making deals here. But when he's trying to cap off Sean, the angel appears and makes the case that Sean is to be left untouched, because his killing spree is putting the fear of God into people's hearts, and God upstairs kind of likes it that way. And this kind of rubs Pinhead the wrong way, and he decides to trick Sean back into Earth in a way that he will now get gunned down by the team joining Lady Cop, and then decides to also cap off the angel, because, fuck her, which is something that God himself takes umbrage, and at the very end punishes Pinhead back to the face of the earth. End credits. But to get back to your question.
Yeah, he's chasing himself from the beginning. But is this some kind of a making point that he is actually struggling to come into terms of what kind of a job offer or what he might have to do he's doing some business with hell, so he is stressed about that.
Well, he isn't really doing business with hell either.
Yeah, he is not. In the beginning, he's not, right?
Yeah.
So just then in the maybe 20 minutes into the film, he goes into this 55 Avenue something, and then he is still changing himself or something such.
Yeah, essentially Sean's part in chasing himself, as he is the Perceptor, that's nothing but basically old cop thriller switcheroo, where it turns out that one of the cops on the case is actually the killer, and the reason why he's so headstrongly chasing the killer is because he can kind of railroad the investigation into wrong directions by being in the investigation.
Quite of an effort.
Well, kind of an effort, but if you are a serial killer, well, fuck. I would take that offer. Like if I could investigate my own murders while being a serial killer, I most definitely, yeah, sign me up. I can interrogate did nots, as much as you want. Like that would be the prime position to be if you are a serial killer trying to hide.
A bit too pointy bait and switch there.
I don't know. I don't have a problem with that. Really, I of course I was counting the killer to be the younger brother David, and I was counting on this because at the beginning of the film they make the a point that from the two brothers, David and Sean, David is the one who dresses more sharply, has a shirt and a tie and all that. Looks really book smart, but Sean, who is the much more kind of a grittier t-shirt, leather jacket type of guy, he is actually the one who reads books and knows Dickens and stuff like that.
And hates cell phones and the modern life.
Yeah, so there is this kind of this thematical switcheroo that happens in the way how the characters are framed and how they are portrayed. And because of this, I was actually counting on David being the killer and the whole I don't read books thing just being a red herring on his part, or misdirection. But when it comes to the actual reveal, killer is Sean, I don't have a problem. It's not like the smartest thing to do, the smartest play. Then again, you have like three characters plus angels and Cenobites, so you are working with like six characters in total. Somebody has to be the killer. That worked well enough for me. But I don't know. I think that Sean being the perceptor, it does actually service a pretty good thematical point. Not just in this film, but well, in Bible thumping serial killer films. The first one is the whole, well, since now the heaven exists, it does bring up a pretty good judging point on heaven, which is exactly how much God would have to allow bad things to happen in the world.
What the hell is God doing in hell or negotiating with hell's adjutants?
Well, essentially, they kind of would have to have some type of speaking terms if they want to cover Sean's ass, as they do. Like you have to send someone to negotiate with Pinhead if Pinhead is about to get his claws on Sean, and you don't want that to happen. Like somebody has to make the demand that no, you are to let him go free.
Yeah, I understand you seeing this character as an angel because everywhere she goes, she's followed by lots of lighting. But other than that, she seems to have pretty nefarious characteristics, and the way that she seems to be some kind of a assistant of Leviathan rather than being any assistant to God. That bothers me.
Doesn't really bother me. To me, if I remember correctly, the film actually makes the point that she is an angel. Like, if I remember correctly, the dialogues makes the point after Pinhead has killed him, killed the lady that killing an angel is perhaps going a bit too far, and that God can have a punishment on you because of this. And I like, to me, that really reads as a Christian angel, and not some kind of a Leviathan thing. And when it comes to the way how the angel operates, the whole nefarious goes, I actually quite like it in this film. Like, it makes the case that heaven perhaps is even more of a big of a dick bag about things than hell, in which Pinhead operates. And I think that's like this film franchise has had kind of a on and off relationship with heaven previously. It has been Like before it was established in Hellraiser 3 that Pinhead is a biblical demon. To me, Hellraisers always were not really touching upon the concept of heaven, and when they did touch upon it, they actually were quite critical about heaven. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff in Hellraiser first. The first one there is the moment when Kirsty is traumatized and passes the two nuns. Kirsty doesn't ask the nuns for help, and the nuns also don't help Kirsty. There's the whole Jesus wept line from Frank, which he says mockingly. When the Kirsty's folks, his dad, moves into the house, there's a knowing notion to throw all the religious iconography out of the house. Especially because in the film, when Kirsty is trying to hide from Frank, there is that moment when she opens that one cupboard and this Jesus figurine just falls off, scaring her, giving Frank the sound. Later on, the film states that religion is only in your way. It's not directly like attacking religion, attacking Christianity that strongly. To me, Hellraiser still has always, on its first two films, it was a franchise that when it was really touching upon the concept of Christianity, it was taking a critical look at it. This is something that we lost in the later sequels, but to me, with this whole, now in Hellraiser 10, heaven is bunch of dicks plot point. To me, it's kind of a returning back to that more critical roots of the films. And to me, at that point also ties in with Perceptor and how he operates. Perceptor is, far and foremost, he is a Christian serial killer. And what I mean with that is that he is plainly as day a serial killer, and he uses Christianity, he uses Bible as his shorthand, his way to explain and justify his actions.
Made in his image.
Yeah, but that doesn't really work. What the Perceptor is doing does not work in the confines of Christianity. And to kind of highlight what I'm getting at with this, well, once again, keeping in mind that the Perceptor is supposed to be a biblical avenger, he's a serial killer who kills his victims according to the Ten Commandments, and he uses Bible and Bible quotes to express himself, also to justify himself, also to defend himself. For example, in that one moment when the auditor is auditing him, and they have that small chit chat where auditor throws him the Ecclesiastes, the 3:17, and the Perceptor quotes back that he's more Deuteronomy 21:9. So they are communicating through Bible quotes in this fashion. So with all this, I'm on Bible's side, stuff going on with the Perceptor, take a look at the playground crime scene moment. There's a moment in the movie where the cops are caught upon on crime scene. It's a playground. There's a slide, and on top of the slide, there's a circle of hands, cut off human hands. There's if I remember correctly, five pairs of them. And those hands belong to a group of little girls who have gone missing. And inside those cut-off hands, in their palms, they have eyeballs and teeth. Mm-hmm. The cops quickly remark that an eye for an eye, a tooth for tooth. That's a Bible quotation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Then you start to question what is the crime? What is the crime that these girls have done? Eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. That actually comes from Exodus 21:24, paragraph 22, if I remember correctly. Basically stating that if people are fighting and hit a pregnant woman and she gives birth prematurely, but there is no serious injury. Offender must be fined whatever the woman's husband demands and the court allows. But if there is a serious injury, you are to take life, life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise by bruise. So, tooth for tooth, eye for eye. That applies if there is a premature birth after you had hidden a pregnant woman. You look at what are the crimes of the young girls that have been killed. They are shoplifters. It's the wrong punishment for the wrong crime. In fact, if you are to stick with Exodus here, the Exodus actually does not go really heavily on the themes of what you do to thieves. When it comes to thievery, what shoplifting also is, Exodus's take, the clause that Exodus excites are more keeping in the tone with how basically the party that is being robbed, what laws and clauses apply to him, what he can and cannot do. Like it's stated in Exodus that if somebody breaks into your house and when you are defending your house, you draw blood from the burglar. If it happens during the nighttime, no harm done. You don't have to be punished. If it happens during the daytime, you are being punished. When it comes to thievery, Exodus is more on this side. And when it comes to how we punish the thieves, Exodus is more on... It doesn't delve that deeply into it. The Exodus's take is more that, the thief has to return what he has stolen and also give some type of remedy, usually in the keeping of giving twice as much as he or she has stolen. That's the price or the punishment for thieves. According to Exodus, that's the punishment that should apply to shoplifters, according to Exodus, which is what the preceptor is quoting, what he's using to justify his actions. But the crime for shoplifters that he orders is arm for arm, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Essentially, Preceptor does not know the goddamn book that he is actually, basing his crime spree on. That's actually keeping in with, Christian serial killers. So, to me, Perceptor, essentially, it is both. It's criticizing Christianity through heaven is all dickbags, but it's also making pretty good statement about Christian serial killers. The way how serial killers are, completely happy to quote the Bible and use the Bible as some kind of a justification for their crimes, but at the same time they are not sticking to the book that they are quoting from. They are not following the Bible even though they claim so to do so.
Yeah, so what went wrong with Hellraiser? That's kind of what we've been talking about throughout these hours. But to recap, it leaves the fundamental rules that it established in the first and the second one, suddenly introduces Judeo-Christian parts in the sequels, then goes into you didn't follow the Ten Commandments, that's bad, bad, bad direction, introduces these scripts that have nothing to do with Hellraiser, and implements it into Hellraiser ham-fistedly, which sometimes is actually the benefit of some of those films like Inferno. And it's just starting to be some kind of a studio cash cow where we try to deliver kind of a decent film, but there's not a lot of studio support for that. It's just made so we can hang on to this license to do something with it someday. And overall, it's a bit of a catastrophe of a franchise.
Well, I would say it's a bit more complicated than that. Like what the reasons you named are the correct ones. However, the reasoning behind those decisions, I think, actually is a bit more complex than, just Miramax dropped the ball.
Well,
Like, really...
what else is there? There's a lot of studio meddling. It's all about studio meddling. That's why these films are made in the first place.
Well, yeah. That... like expressing it plainly, yeah, that is the reason. That's what happened.
Of course, there's a lot of passion also in the background, but you need some studio support to make a proper Hellraiser film, which they are for one reason or another not willing to fucking do ever.
Yeah. But at the same time, there is a rhyme and reason behind Miramax's decisions. There's also rhyme and reason behind why these shifts start to happen when it comes to the themes and identity of the franchise.
Yeah, there is a lot of studio drama and how these rights were played with, and then New World Pictures shutting down and all of this nonsense that you can read about.
The first one is basically the core one, Miramax deal. That is the main issue here. The rights were sold to Miramax, and but from that main node, you can draw 3 different smaller nodes, which would be basically identity, culture, and also as a final note, the conservatism. Basically, the node that we have most touched upon. The thing with all these nodes is that they are in connection to each other. They are result from each other, but they also cause effects on each other. It's a kind of a back and forth deal going on here. So basically, that the core here is, of course, that the fact that the rights went to Miramax. Of course, here you have to kind of remember that. Well, the first Miramax feature in the franchise would be Hellraiser 3 Hell on Earth, which was, relatively a big budget and theatrical release Hellraiser film.
It was, and then came Hellraiser 4, and after that, apparently even the power of Weinstein was not able to make the films resurface in theaters, but they wanted to do something with it. They were wanting to do that remake, but for some reason it never materialized, and so just have to keep bumbling on with these lackluster films.
Eventually, yeah, that's I would say it's the main reason why they wanted to keep the franchise in their hands, because they were constantly hoping that they can course correct and change things once they get reboot out of the way, and they really tried to make the reboot. It was getting off the ground number of times. They were looking for directors from extreme French new wave, etc., to do the reboot, but for some reason, the reboot never materialized. But at the same time, also the decisions and the attitude within Dimension and Miramax itself changed. Hellraiser was essentially acquired at the same time when Miramax acquired Children of the Corn.
And that's the result why they have 11 parts in the Children of the Corn franchise.
Precisely. If I understood correctly, Children of the Corn was actually acquired exactly on the same date as Hellraiser.
Same deal, I believe.
Yeah. But with all that, there's also, you can notice that when it comes to the films that Miramax put out, there was a change in style. At some point in the late 90s, Miramax becomes the production house that really, through Dimension films, really heavily relies on teen audiences and the horror genre. Keeping in tone with that, they start to also produce like a whole bunch of horror IPs. That there's the Wishmasters and also such. The budget gets lower and lower, and the films also have to kind of tie into this 90-minute runtime. And this is something that happens throughout Miramax's franchises, not just Hellraiser. It's the same thing that happened with Children of the Corn. It's same thing that happened also with Scream. Well, keeping in tone with that, at the same time, partly because of the Miramax deal, because the franchise all of a sudden left England, this being a cultural thing. It left the author, Clive Barker, who at the time was kind of a rebellious gay author who had to witness a time period when the U.S. AIDS crisis happened. Had to face the kind of or the downputting that gay population at that time happened, who most likely had a reasonable amount, fairly acceptable rage within him, and put that on his writing. Well, Hellraiser franchise leaves that home. It kind of goes into a new territory. It loses its original identity, and it has to kind of look for a new identity. And also because the whole core concept of Hellraiser, the different planes, it not being hell, them not being demons, is a bit too complicated for anyone to tackle. That's kind of the downfall of Hellraiser. The fact that it seems like you can craft a franchise out of it, but same way like with Jurassic Park or Star Wars, that there's a lot of promise, there's a lot of elements that tell you that there's a hell of a lot where to get a franchise out of, but in reality there really is not. You
What
have a
I
handful of iconic things that you can't change, but you can't do dick with those iconic things. So what do you do then?
what I can say is that I had seen parts 1 to 6 prior to preparing for this podcast, and parts 7 to 10 became as the new ones for me. And even revisiting some of those films that I had not seen in years, 15 years or more, I have to say I was kind of positively surprised when I first saw many of these part 5 and 6. I remember the films being on low volume, and there were no subtitles even available, and the English level of the audience in that, and then also dialogue being kind of hard to hear in general, was kind of destroying the experience. But I remember this kind of a weird color spaces being a bit of a turn off, and seeming that the plot is not going to develop anywhere. But now that we actually have subtitles, or we have more English skill and all that ability to actually concentrate on these parts, it was a positive surprise to still see. I was expecting a whole lot hellish experience. They got something out of it. They have some glimpses of something going on with the franchise, and then as a whole, they kind of never work.
Well, of course they can't, because, it left England, it has to carve itself a new identity. And since it reaches America, which is extremely Christian, it's extremely religious ground for the franchise to grow. Of course, that new identity has to easily turns out to be a Christian identity, which is completely ill fit for Hellraiser, which originated as a rebellious, angry, partly religion critical franchise.
Yeah, but it didn't need to do that. If you know what the fuck you're doing, then you don't need to do that. But there are some moments here and there, for one reason or another, where we have more British English speakers all of a sudden in the franchise. But this shit went off the rails already in Hellraiser 3, as we have discussed, where they start to shoot in Northern California, and they pick specifically a city that is supposed to look very... It's supposed to double for New York, for God's sakes. And we get removed from this very English aspect that was important to the identity of the franchise.
No, it really wasn't.
Well, it kind of was.
No, it wasn't. Only on surface level. What was, when it comes to the identity of the franchise and the identity being English, what was important was the attitudes that Clive Barker carried. What was important was the attitude in England. Not really the locations, not really what the language, what English do the cast and crew talk about.
No, the attitudes, yeah, what they talk about, the settings as well.
I wouldn't say it's not the settings. No, no. You don't have to go to Christianity simply because you try to bring the film to New York. You end up in Christianity because you brought the film to America, which is a different cultural background and different cultural system.
Yeah, but the part of the identity was that it was heavily British, and that was what the Hellraiser franchise could be said to have been proud of, that this was made in Britain and it got some international audience. And then all of a sudden we kind of take away that small part of identity and we make it a generic Dimension Films bullshit program.
But yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but that's not really the type of identity I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like granted, yeah. The superficial English nature of it. It is part of visual and lingual identity of the franchise. Granted. But what I'm more talking about is the thematic identity.
Yeah. Yeah, which got malformed after it left to Great Britain.
Yeah. And that's kind of basically a result of because of the culture shift that
which
happens.
is bad. So bad.
Well, it doesn't have to be bad.
But it was bad.
Well, it was tragic more than bad. I don't hate Christianity in Hellraiser. I mourn that it's there. Or rather, I mourn that it's so one-dimensionally. I don't hate that Hellraiser sequels have a Christian tone. I mourn the fact that Clive Barker's tone is not there anymore.
Yeah, right. That's what it boils down to. So that's what the hell happened. Quickies? Special mention for an actor.
Well,
what else than Doc Bradley?
Well, I guess Doc Bradley, yeah.
For sticking so long with this nonsense and with the franchise through all the good and bad. Otherwise, maybe could raise my hat to that to the person that you were kind of giving praise for in Inferno. So Craig Sheffer, for his performance there. A lot in the film rides on him. What resonated with you most, or what were the most memorable moments of the franchise?
I really didn't pay any attention to this because once again it's just 7 films in a row. Not kind of carries,
Well, there are individual moments that you remember the most from these films. For Hellraiser 5, I found that the telescope and the torture of his colleague Nenonen next door was kind of a very, very cinematic and something that we kind of had been waiting for in that film, and it had a bit of a nice tension there. Hellseeker, it was nice to see Ashley Lawrence back for a second in a scene with Bradley, which did have aesthetics reminiscent of the originals a bit, but unfortunately that's all it kind of does there. In Deader, I remember the scene when the reporter tries to collect the envelope and the box next to the body, but the film is what it is. And Hellworld got really no comment about this one. In Revelations, I appreciated, as I said, that the kind of, despite the hasty production, they made a film that had elements from the originals, such as the skinless characters and carrying someone's skin, and this feels more like a Hellraiser film than the last 3. And then we have the Judgment, where props can be noted for the climax scene and reimagined Pinhead. In one adjective, how would you describe the Hellraiser franchise?
One adjective really is not enough to describe a Hellraiser franchise.
Go with 3 then.
Well, let's do it this way. I can imagine you, or fuck it, I return back to this point at the very end as a closing word.
I will just say this one. Lost. It's a story of lost opportunities. Would you consider to go back to any of these sequels?
Actually, yeah. I can see myself from 4 to 10. The main films we discussed today. I can see myself going back to 5.
Same.
It is better than many people give it credit for. Perhaps 4, even though it is It has problems. It has problems. It is a mess. But perhaps, most definitely for Judgment, especially for Judgment.
All of these have sometimes humongous problems, but for me, also Inferno, I don't get entirely all the hate that the Revelations is getting. For God's sakes, if these motherfuckers were able to go through 6, 7, 8, then coming on to 9, I can see that you're having a hell of a lot of more better time with 9. So Inferno, Revelations, Judgment, something. Mainly Inferno out of these. Do you think the films have any legacy or staying power?
Well, they obviously have staying power because nothing is really gonna kill off the franchise except perhaps the imprisonment of Harvey Weinstein. But
Uh,
if the franchise survives that, it's gonna stick around. To be honest, when it comes to individual films, um, yeah, I can see with some of them. Four most likely will stick around. That's the one that everybody will defend with the argument that the film is ruined because of the studio meddling. Five most likely will stick around. I would kind of say that that's gonna have the cult film
yeah,
circulation. With this franchise, cult film status, I think is enough. You are gonna stay alive with that. Judgment, I actually can see that Judgment is going to be the film that is gonna be seen as the savior of the franchise. It's gonna be remembered as the movie that finally does Hellraiser and get Hellraiser right. I have my problems with it, but it goes so far into the right direction. It once again introduces back old themes. It manages to upgrade even on some of those themes that I can see that Judgment is going to be seen like wow after all these shitty sequels we actually finally have a good Hellraiser film, which biggest problems are the angels and the lackluster budget. The rest of them, no, no. I'm fairly certain that you and I we are going to be the last persons on earth who will remember Hellraisers from 6 to 9.
yeah, the franchises have a bad habit of being able to sell their chapters, whichever franchise we're talking about, even if many of the chapters are trash. So they just keep on living on, being sold as box sets, DVDs, Blu-rays, jammed with more extras. Works every time. Franchises they are extremely important for studios. If all fails, we have this juggernaut of a franchise as some kind of a supportive pillars for our business. Milk these in different shapes and forms, and off you go. Like you said, pretty much that. Inferno, Judgment, and that's pretty much it. Maybe as you said, the background dropping monster that is Bloodline. Would you recommend the Hellraiser sequels?
Not all of them. God heavens, no. Absolutely not. From what we have seen today, I would recommend Inferno. It most definitely it is an okay enough mystery horror thriller. Its biggest mistake, its biggest failing is that it is Hellraiser film. It doesn't work as a Hellraiser movie, and it could have been even better mystery horror film if it wouldn't have tried to implement or the Hellraiser into it. So I think it's disservice to both ways. Also Judgment, I actually was really positively surprised by Judgment. I think it's some of the best Hellraiser that we have had. It's nice to see the franchise finally getting back and finding its old themes, finding the old criticism that the franchise once had. It only took the franchise for 30 years, but it finally found its way back there. It is problematic, but definitely I would say definitely on the upper end of the. I would say it's my third favorite Hellraiser film at this point on the franchise. The rest of them, not really. I know that there is with Bloodline, the fourth one. There is the people like to defend it with that studio meddling, and it is a tempting narrative. I give it that much. It's tempting to think that you would say, yeah, check out Bloodline. It's it's bad because studio, but the fact in the end of the day is that even though the script was not given justice, if I would recommend Bloodline, I wouldn't be recommending the film that Kevin Yagher wanted to make. That film does not exist. I would be having to give my recommendation to the film that Dimension released, and I just can't. I don't hate it as much as people do. I think it's okay, but I can't recommend it. And the rest of them, 6 to 9, no recommendation whatsoever.
In which order would you put these movies?
To me, and this most likely will get us the hate of Hellraiser fans, but I wouldn't put the first one at first. Mine would be like 2, Hellbound, the original, then Judgment, then Inferno, the fifth one, Bloodline, and after that it gets really tricky. What pissed me off the least? Well, 6 is rehash, so it can go with Inferno's under Inferno's wing. Eh, perhaps deader then, because the concept of a suicide cult is still somewhat intriguing.
Where's Hell on Earth?
Well, Hell on Earth, I even forgot that one, so, well, I don't know, perhaps after Deader, because I already forgot they even exists. It is better film than that, but, what can you do? It's so memorable. And then, I don't know, fucking Revelations and Hellworld.
Yeah. Well, we have something in common here, even. Like I've stated, my opinion on Hellbound. Hellbound Hellraiser is on my top position here. And then, of course, followed by the original Hellraiser. Followed actually by Inferno. After that, because I did find a lot of good, which you might struggle with, that I would put actually as the fourth one, the ninth one, Revelations. Followed closely by Judgment there. And I understand I'm going to piss off everybody, especially the IMDb'ers who have given 2.7 out of 10 for Revelations, because they didn't get the Precious movie or whatever at the time, so they kind of seem to have downvoted based on that. Of course, these are mess of a movies in many ways, but then Judgment gets 4 out of 10 something. So Revelations and Judgment, and then Hell on Earth, because it's actually quite entertaining at moments if you completely switch your brain cells off. Hellworld, completely meaningless mess. Hellseeker, which is a rehash of Inferno, follows there, a movie that I quite have a bit of a dislike going on there. Maybe if anything is going for it is Ashley Lawrence. Acting doesn't work, the directing doesn't work, it's a cheap job. And lastly, Deader, which doesn't make any sense as a Hellraiser film or as a film. You really know you're watching the Hellraiser franchise. When?
Well, imagine this in your head. This also caps kind of how I feel about the entire franchise. So, Hellraiser 1 and 2, those are, you go to this new bar, you never visited about it, you haven't heard about it, you're just strolling down down the street at evening and looking for some bar where to hang out. And you go to this new place. It's bit underground. It's bit extreme, but it's a really good bar, and the drinks are cheap there, and you hook up with someone. Maybe there's even sex. Who knows? After the sex, you're walking back home when Hellraiser 3 lures you into a dark alley where Hellraisers 4 and 5 run away with your wallet, and you are just thinking, oh shucks, there goes my wallet, I have to call the police. That's the moment when Hellraiser 6 comes in and sucker punches you in the back of your head. You are reeling in from that punch that can even lead into a concussion when Hellraiser 7 comes in and kicks in your teeth. Hellraiser 8 joins the confusion and stabs you in the stomach. Hellraiser 9 also appears. He also wants to try the stabbing, but unfortunately Hellraiser 9 was kind of a dumbass and left his own knife back home, so he has to borrow it from Hellraiser 8, and he manages to stab you in the dick. And at the opposite end of the alley, there's Hellraiser 10. He hasn't taken part in any of these, but he has seen what has happened and is desperately trying to throw out his cell phone and call the ambulance. So there you are. You're in the end. You're lying in a dark alley. Your money is stolen. You most likely will never have sex again because, the stab in the dick and so forth. And you're desperately trying to put some pressure on that wound on your stomach to keep your insides from falling out. And you're soaking in rain. And in that moment, when you are lying there, getting wetter and wetter as the rain doses you down, you can still murmur to you that the soul concert that comes from Hellraiser 10. And the final thought you will have is, well, at least it's not peace. And that's really, your experience if you are a Hellraiser fan and you stick with this franchise.
But you really know you're watching the Hellraiser franchise when it's occasionally so soulless that it will tear your soul apart. But, as we have stated, it's not quite that black and white. So there are good things there if you're willing to look in. I suppose inviting Henrik to speak about his favorite subject, Hellraiser, has bitten me in the ass in the end. Now looking at the clock, and we have recorded for almost 6 hours.
Yeah. Wake up in actually, 4 hours for me.
Good stuff.
Yep.
What are we gonna look at next?
I have not the faintest idea, but I'm not looking forward to it at this clock.
See you in a fortnight.
Until then.
Olikohan se siinä?
Mitä? Eihän mä ole koskettu vielä mitään.
No, koskehan sitten.
Mä astin taistelupasyymmistä. Mulla on kuvauskeikka huomenna. Vähänkö mä tuun pihaan itteeni?
Joo, mun pitää herätä 7 tähän.
Joo, mulla on sama.
Kiva.
Hiljaisuus on laskeutunut keskuuteen.